Good morning and welcome to PBS News Live special coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. It is a frigid morning in Washington, D.C. as Donald Trump is set to make history, returning to the White House after 4 years out of office. He'll be just the second person to hold non-consecutive terms as president after Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s.
And today's ceremony will look very different than Mr. Trump's first inauguration 8 years ago. The cold weather forecast set off a scramble on Friday afternoon as the president-elect announced the oath of office, inaugural address, and even the parade will all be held indoors. Instead of crowds in the National Mall, you'll see Mr. Trump, his family, past presidents, and members of Congress, and other invited guests packed inside the Capitol Rotunda. You see a live picture of that right there. Thousands of others will be watching from an arena about a mile away, and many more of the 250,000 tickets that were distributed are now just commemorative.
Not since President Ronald Reagan's second inauguration 40 years ago have we seen a president take the oath underneath the Capitol dome. It was just 7 degrees that day, and while today isn't quite that cold, winds are also a factor, making it feel around 15 degrees here. Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins is up on Capitol Hill. Lisa, tell us a little bit about the atmosphere now that this entire ceremony has moved indoors.
As you all said, it is a cold day here in Washington, but it's a beautiful day, bright and sunny outside. I can see the blue sky through the windows here, and the atmosphere is beyond upbeat. Most of the people here in the Capitol today are Republicans. They are here to celebrate President-elect, soon-to-be President Trump's inauguration. There are a few Democrats here as well, but it is a strange atmosphere because so many of the people who intended to be here could not be here because it is a much smaller footprint. I'll put it to you this way. On the top floors of the Capitol building, it's almost silent. The bottom floors, a beehive of activity as people get ready for that inaugural ceremony in the rotunda. People will be packed in there. The orchestra that you'll hear has barely room to move their bows. I saw them practicing yesterday. But all in all, a very upbeat atmosphere here at the Capitol right now.
And give us a sense of the security preparations there too, Lisa.
Yeah, this is by far, I think, after 2021, the most secure inauguration we've ever seen. There are some 30 miles of perimeter fencing, many roads closed here in the Washington, D.C. area, including some major routes for traffic. This is a corridor, of course, for the entire eastern coast, but travelers in the Washington, D.C. area know they could be rerouted here. The fence itself is 8 feet or more high, and that is intentional to make sure that it cannot be climbed, cannot be pushed down. This is directly a response to January 6th and the fact that those low barriers there were easily pushed aside by the rioters and insurrectionists that day. But I will point out something else. Being here for the 2021 inauguration, which was just days after January 6th, as you all remember, I remember members of Congress, Democrats, wearing bulletproof vests to that inauguration. I didn't sense that same level of fear or concern from this one. Of course, that does have to do what you perceive the threat to be, and at that point it was Trump supporters on January 6th. But there is more of a feeling of security, and there is more security for this inauguration.
All right, our Lisa Desjardins up on Capitol Hill for us today. Lisa, we'll check back in with you in just a few. Meanwhile, to accommodate some of those who'd been hoping to watch the inauguration on the Mall, the Inaugural Committee arranged to use Capital One Arena here in D.C. That's home to the Washington Capitals, the Washington Wizards, and the Georgetown Hoyas, as well as concerts and other live events, but none like today's.
It can seat around 20,000 people. That's a fraction of the crowd that had been expected on the Washington Mall. Our Stephanie Sy is inside the arena where there is a watch party for the inaugural ceremony and where later the president-elect will attend the inauguration parade. Stephanie, what's the mood where you are? What are people telling you?
Well, Jeff and Amna, we were speaking to folks that arrived here early this morning, and these are the lucky ones. They waited in line for hours, some of them as early as 10 p.m. last night in those frigid temperatures to get in here. So despite the fact that the inauguration was moved, they are just grateful to be here, but they are fatigued and tired. They are also very determined. This feels a lot like you would expect any Trump rally. Of course, he had a rally here here yesterday. The home of the Capitol and the Wizards, as you can see, festooned in red, a color that has become synonymous with MAGA, and certainly that appears to be the core of the crowd here. Lots of red, Make America Great hats, lots of people wearing their American flag garb. You know, really, since I arrived in D.C. yesterday, I could feel the intensity of Trump's fan base here. They come from all over the country. Some of them have driven for up to 12 hours, one from as far as California. You know, when I was in the hotel room yesterday, there was a group of people that all had T-shirts saying, "I love felons," and they had Trump's face on their T-shirts. There was a pickup truck when I arrived at the airport that had detailed Trump's face with a crown, and it was called the Trumpcinerator, this pickup truck. So just everywhere you look in the Capitol today, again, you feel that fervor, almost religious fervor of the Trump fans.
And Stephanie, Lisa was talking about the security posture around Capitol Hill. Tell us a little bit about what you're seeing there.
Well, you know, by the time you even get to the arena, you've been through what feels like 3 security perimeters. So it feels very secure in here. Of course, they're magnetometers, and everyone that came in here was thoroughly searched. So it feels like a very secure, hardened space here.
Stephanie Sy at Capital One Arena. Meantime, there have been a couple of early morning events at and near the White House, which our Laura Barone-Lopez has been watching. Laura, bring our viewers up to speed on what's transpired before we came on the air this morning.
Morning, Jeff. Yeah, so earlier this morning, President-elect Donald Trump arrived for tea with the Bidens after he went to service at St. John's Episcopal Church. And when he arrived for tea with President Biden and the First Lady, President Biden said to Trump, "Welcome home." And so they will be having tea with the Bidens, and then as soon as that is over, they are expected to head to the Capitol all together. And we do know that President Biden is leaving a letter for President-elect Trump, as is tradition. That's something that President Trump did as well last time around, despite 4 years ago President Trump not going to Biden's inauguration, whereas this year President Biden and the First Lady will be attending Trump's inauguration.
Laura, we know you've been talking to folks on the incoming Trump team. They have been signaling for a while, the president-elect himself, that there would be a flurry of activity on this day one in the way of executive action. What should we expect?
There's going to be a lot of executive actions today, Amna, and specifically on border and the immigration. We were told this morning by White House officials that there will be 10 total border immigration-related executive orders. That includes declaring a national emergency at the southern border, which they say will allow President-elect Trump to be able to deploy military to the southern border. So far, they say they are only going to be having armed forces at the southern border, not necessarily within the actual United States. They also said that they will end catch and release, that they are going to designate criminal cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And they also said that one of the executive orders is going to end asylum. So allowing for the immediate removal of migrants that are crossing the border, not allowing them to claim asylum. They didn't specify whether or not that was going to be that they were going to be doing that by reinstating Title 42, which requires a public health emergency declaration. And they also said that they are going to be ending birthright citizenship. That's expected to obviously, Amna, draw a number of challenges, given that that is protected under the 14th Amendment. But they say that there is language in the 14th Amendment that would allow the president to reinterpret that amendment and essentially decide that and end automatic birthright citizenship for children who were born to undocumented migrants. And there's a number of other executive actions that the president-elect is expected to take, including on DEI initiatives and ending federal funds to what they say promotes gender ideology, Amna.
We're seeing live picture there as the motorcade carries President Biden and President-elect Trump to the Capitol. Meanwhile, that's Laura Barone-Lopez at the White House for us. Thank you, Laura.
And as we keep our eye here on the motorcade as it makes its way to the Capitol, let's bring in our panel. With us in the studio this morning are Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter, Republican strategist Kevin Madden, and Tiffany Smiley, a Republican from Washington State who ran for Congress last year.
Also with us is David Brooks, columnist for the New York Times, Jonathan Capehart, associate editor of the Washington Post, and of course, our very own Judy Woodruff. Thanks to you all for being here today. Judy, you heard what Laura had to say there about this flurry of executive action we're expecting today. That sets quite a tone, quite a message from day one from this incoming president.
That things are going to be different. And what we all know is that he comes into office the second time in much stronger shape than 8 years ago. He inherits a great economy. Jamie Dimon told me last summer it was the greatest economy in the world that the world had ever seen, he said. The IMF yesterday said it was the strongest in the world. Frankly, global developments are moving in a good direction, especially in the Middle East. He comes back into office with Congress that is Republican in both houses, but this time the leadership is loyal to Donald Trump. They were conservative Republicans the last time, this time Donald Trump. And again, his cabinet, this time we know this cabinet was chosen because of its loyalty to him.
What about that, Kevin Madden? President Trump is coming into office with this intentionally audacious show of force. It's also true that he is now term limited, and he has slim majorities in the House and Senate. So the idea is if he's able to enact any part of his agenda, he has to move fairly quickly. This is beyond what he's trying to spell out in his executive orders.
Yeah, I mean, I think the high level of determination that the president has, as well as his political allies and political activists that support the president around the country, is driven by the fact that he feels like he has this enormous mandate, this decisive victory that he won in November, as well as an advantage and I think a very clear mandate on the issues that he believes sent him here to Washington, which is to the economy, to address inflation, to get people feeling more confident about the direction of the country and the economy, and then to secure the border, to address issues like immigration. And so I think in these early steps of the new administration, he is going to move with speed, but I also think he's going to move with an incredible level of volume, which is that he's going to, put out as many of these executive orders. We're expecting close to 100 today, and really try to sort of overwhelm the opposition that he's expecting from Democrats in the Congress. So I think those will be the two charges that he feels like he has.
The shock and awe was the guidance we've been hearing, right, from the Trump team. David and Jonathan, can I ask you to just look at this moment here and weigh in on what could be unfolding inside this car? The outgoing president and the incoming president-elect riding together to the Capitol for Mr. Trump's swearing in. And just for context, this was not a moment we had back in 2021 because Mr. Trump did not stay around for Mr. Biden's swearing. There was no welcoming of him to the White House. David, just your thoughts on this moment.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. Geritol, prune juice. I think, though, on the one hand, people have public hatreds and feuds and contempt, but they're professionals. And I tend to find when politicians get together, they are in the same business. I found that covering the Middle East, that the Israeli and the Palestinian negotiators, they hated each other, but they were in the peace process business. And these guys are in the same business right now. And so I'm sure it's shop talk.
Jonathan, what about the dissonance, though, that some Democrats might see, where Joe Biden's last official act as president was to extend these preemptive pardons to people because he was fearful of Donald Trump's retribution, and yet, on the other hand, he's extending to him all of these gestures that Mr. Trump denied him 4 years ago, meeting at the White House for coffee and tea, sharing the limo over to the Capitol. How do you see that?
I see it as President Biden showing that the office is bigger than one person, and that he's upholding a tradition that has always been there up until January 6, 2021, a peaceful transfer of power. These two men went at it when President Biden was on the campaign trail, and even after President Biden got off the campaign trail. And yet we see them riding in the beast headed to the Capitol because President Biden has enormous respect for the institutions of our democracy. And I think that's why we see the two of them in the limousine together. Also, having met both men, they are, to David's point, they're professionals. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was some very frank talk going on, in addition to President Biden being very courteous. I would expect also President-elect Trump to be very courteous because, as we have seen, he talks a good game, a very rough and aggressive game when the person's not in front of him. But once he's with them, it's a completely different story.
Amy, when you look ahead in terms of what we have a good indication we'll see, right, in the way of executive action, and the president moving very fast as he comes into office, especially compared to first term. He signed one executive order on day one back in 2017. This is clearly a strong message. Where are the American people on these issues? Is this what they want to see the president do?
It's a great question. As Judy pointed out, Trump is coming back into his second first term in much better shape than he was in 2017. The party is completely unified behind him. His favorable ratings are a little bit higher, not tremendously higher, but he's much more popular than when he left. He left with a 36% approval rating. He's now close to 47% approval rating. Kevin and I were talking before we went on air, just speaking about the two men in the car. Joe Biden's approval rating is as low as it's ever been. In fact, one of the lowest of a first-term president who was not reelected. So in that sense, he can feel like he has a mandate. Obviously, he won decisively and won the popular vote. But when you look at the polling, and this was a Fox News poll that came out recently, do you see that this president now has a mandate? Only 42% of voters said yes, they believe he has a mandate. Was Trump's success, do you think his success was because people really like Trump, or because it was a rejection of Biden and Harris? A majority said it was a rejection of Biden and Harris. So there are things that they do support. They do believe that he's going to do a better job on immigration. They want him to do that. The country is divided on what that means, and the way we ask that question, I think, is going to be really important about supporting deportations of people who are here illegally. But what they really do want to see is inflation tackled. And what the president is talking about right now, whether it's with tariffs or troops on the border, things like that, that is not necessarily going to help immediately with the things that people are the most interested in, and why so many people did support him in the first place.
And we should say the motorcade has just arrived at the U.S. Capitol. I'm not entirely sure of the camera position there. We may not see President-elect Trump and President Biden get out of the vehicle and make their way into the Capitol. But Tiffany, we heard Amy Walter say that Donald Trump is far more popular than he was 8 years ago. He's also way more prepared for the presidency. Help us understand how he's better positioned to not just articulate, but also enact his really ambitious agenda.
Well, I was at the inauguration in 2017, and it was an amazing day. Honored to be able to experience that. But you're right, Donald Trump was coming in, and everything was new to him. Now he has his cabinet picks, he has his nominees, he's in a strong position, and he understands the mandate that was sent down, that the American people want him to get to work. I believe in these next 100 days, we will start to see his approval ratings rise as he starts to deliver results. He is the creator of Art of the Deal. He knows how to get work done, and that's why the American people sent him there. I think as far as Biden, Trump is coming in to a country with Bidenomics. Perhaps that was a mistake for Biden to label his economic policy Bidenomics, because the American people really felt the effects of that. And it's an opportunity for Trump to come in and show what he can deliver.
How are his supporters seeing this vast array of executive orders? I've heard anywhere between more than 50 to 100 executive orders that he intends to sign today. Some will be serious and substantive, and others will just be conversation starters. I mean, what does the MAGA base really make of all that?
Yes, well, it's securing our border, and that's another reason why Donald Trump won. We have an open border. Every state is a border state in this country, and so obviously securing our border, protecting Americans first, and not only that, when you look at the economy, Trump also will deregulate so small businesses can run and flourish. And as far as tackling inflation, and in these executive orders, he will be unleashing American energy independence, which will kickstart, getting a grip on inflation.
We are seeing President Biden and President-elect Trump make their way into the Capitol. They are really shepherded by Amy Klobuchar, the senator there, who leads the bipartisan group that organizes these inaugural events. And this is a live look inside the U.S. Capitol. That is Elon Musk, of course, in conversation with another tech leader.
We'll continue with live picture inside this room as well. This is, of course, where that swearing-in ceremony will unfold in just a matter of minutes. In the meantime, I want to bring in two more guests. Two former senators are also joining us. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio and Republican Bob Corker of Tennessee. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. Senator Corker, let's begin with you. This is, however you look at it, quite a political comeback for President-elect Donald Trump. 4 years ago, a very different scene unfolding in that Capitol rotunda when many of his supporters stormed it violently. What are you thinking about this day? How are you viewing today's proceedings?
Well, I'm thinking about the fact that every president wants to be the greatest president in modern history, or at least in their time. And I look at the setup that the president-elect has. It's incredible because what makes a great presidency is the context. Where is the world at that juncture? And if you look at the opportunities that exist right now in the Middle East, because of what has happened with Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran and Syria, you look at the tremendous opportunity in Ukraine to come to a settlement. Both entities, both Russia and Ukraine are tired of fighting, and so there's an opportunity to do there that's something that hopefully is great for democracy. You look at China and what's happening within their country. There's just tremendous international opportunities. And then domestically, with the immigration issue, hopefully it'll go beyond just dealing with the borders, but solving the entire issue, which be tremendous economically for our country and put a big issue behind us. Dealing with the other issues that have been mentioned, I just think the context is set for the president-elect to be a great president, and the question is, will he rise to that occasion? He has such opportunity for all the reasons you mentioned, the excitement, the fact that Democrats actually, instead of coming in with resentment right now, they're actually realizing that they got it wrong, that they made mistakes, and they're wanting to move a little bit in the direction more to the center. So it's a great opportunity for our country. It's a great opportunity for him. And hopefully that is what he'll set out to do.
We are watching as members of the president's cabinet, his cabinet nominees, and a few others make their way into the Capitol. Senator Brown, you heard Senator Corker there say that this is a moment where Democrats are trying to take stock of what they got wrong. Is that how you're viewing this moment? Reflect on the day for us.
Yeah, Bob, nice to see you. It's a great president is one who wants to bring people together. And, the executive orders are fine, and they will make progress on some issues, I assume. But people are unhappy. People voted for Trump in large part because they've seen a rigged system against them. They've seen corporate profits go up. They've seen CEO pay go up. Stock buybacks, they've seen their own wages stagnant. They've seen huge numbers of lost industrial jobs. They've seen really since NAFTA. And that sickness has infected our society in terms of lost jobs and lost wages, while the rich get richer and everybody else struggles. And to see a president surrounding himself with California billionaires, I'm hopeful it's an inaugural speech that he talks about substance and talks about workers. He won his campaign in part by talking about workers, but I would give one example of something he could do. A judge in East Texas, at the behest of the Texas Chamber of Commerce, a Trump judge, one judge about 6 weeks ago made a ruling on overtime that took away overtime from 4 million workers across the country. The president could fix that. And if he really, politics isn't left to right. I don't think it's a middle matter of Democrats moving to the center, Republican, whatever. It's who's siding on. And I want to see a president who just doesn't talk that game, but actually walks that walk and stands up for workers and making their lives better.
We're continuing with live picture inside the Capitol here. Gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us. Judy, this idea that President Biden, on his way out, was warning about this tech oligarchy. Inside the room here, you see the CEO of Google, you see Elon Musk, who has taken on a very prominent role for this incoming administration as well. There's sort of a lot of ideas bumping up against each other in this moment.
No question, and I think as we've been hearing, the question will be not just what will President Trump say in his inaugural address today about that? Will he address any of these contradictions, or will he we assume he's going to focus on the positive, but as Tiffany was saying, these first 100 days are an opportunity for him to make a difference. But squaring the circle when it comes to coming to a hard, solid agreement on government spending, that's a tough one. Coming to the details of immigration, these are hard questions that Republican leaders, Republican members are going to be dealing with. And today we're about celebrating, we're about appreciating, but the hard work starts tomorrow.
Former Vice President Mike Pence in attendance. Tiffany, help us understand the significance of that, because the two men, Pence and Trump, had not spoken directly, had not interacted since the funeral a few weeks ago for the late President Jimmy Carter.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's significant that he is there and just showing support and solidarity. As a country, we are the United States of America. We're the best country in the world because of our people. And so he is showing that he is there in support of President Trump and moving forward. And look, grateful for Vice President Pence's service and everything that he has given and served our country, with dignity and honor. But it's also time to move forward. And President Trump is, ready to do that. He's made that very clear. But it's significant, and I think it shows just the unity of the party and the opportunity going forward.
We see a live picture there. Seated in front of President-elect Trump's nominees for his cabinet, there are Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Sundar Pichai, and Elon Musk. I understand Lisa Desjardins, who's reporting for us on Capitol Hill right now, has a little bit more to share in terms of the logistics of how this is all going to play out. Lisa?
Yeah, hi guys. I think I've just lost my connection with you, but I'll tell you just a couple of things going on here at the Capitol. One thing with the changed footprint here with the moving the ceremony indoors, there is actually an entirely separate viewing area that has been moved into the Capitol Visitor Center, which is an underground facility. I went by there this morning, and we understand that President-elect Trump, once after inauguration, plans to go by there. Those are where some people who had tickets for outdoors will be able to sit and watch the speech, and then he will give remarks, we understand, down there after his inaugural address. Obviously, very coveted positioning there. Also want to talk about Democrats. You may notice as you're looking up in the rotunda there, you may see some purple colors. Democrats tell me that several of them are wearing those colors because it is the color that Hillary Clinton wore when she conceded, that Kamala Harris wore a kind of purple shade when she conceded. And to them, they say it's a color of both bipartisanship, and one frankly told me it's the color of mourning. Republicans were looking for those red colors. The Trump red is very well known up there. But one other note, this is a working building. We do expect some business today. We do expect votes in committee on two Trump nominees, Pete Hegseth as Department of Defense and Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. The Rubio vote may actually get through the entire Senate today. That is the hope for Republicans, that there will be a Secretary of State confirmed today as well. And one last note, that rotunda is such an incredible space. It is hallowed ground for anyone that's ever been there. And I looked this up. It was finished in 1824, so just about the 200th anniversary for this occasion. And you'll notice the presidents around President-elect Trump as he is sworn in.
Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, thanks so much. David Brooks, one of the things I'm struck by watching all of this unfold in that beautiful space, as Lisa rightly notes, is Donald Trump's resilience. I think most people, if you were to ask them at the end of the day on January 6th, 2021, would Donald Trump be reelected? I think most people would have said no. Here are former President Bill Clinton, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton making their way in. The fact that Donald Trump was not just reelected, but survived 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts, 4 criminal trials, 1 conviction, and yet he's on his way to take the oath of office as the 47th president. The sweep is just remarkable.
No, it's a life lesson. You go back to Richard Nixon's career, the guy was counted out for dead a million times, and it's the same with Donald Trump. He had some help from the Democrats. I think the trials and the indictments helped him. There were other things that helped him, but he kept going, and he's in control of the party. The thing I'm looking for today is this an electoral monarchy, or is it an ideological movement? And what I mean by electoral monarchy, and this is what happens, say, in Turkey and El Salvador and other countries, you elect a person and they're all about themselves. It's transactional. They'll flip-flop policies if they feel it'll help them. And we've seen Trump do that on H-1B visas, on TikTok, things like that. And that's what all the tech moguls are hoping for. An ideological movement, it's more what Steve Miller wants or Steve Bannon wants. And what it's all about the ideology, it's all about the populism, it's about the nationalism. And I'm looking for indications, what kind of president are we going to get?
Well, let's talk about that with Laura Brown Lopez. As we see a picture there, former President Bush, First Lady Laura Bush making their way in, members of the Trump family now, and here now is former President Barack Obama walking into the Capitol as well. Laura, as you watch all of this unfold as well, we think back to Mr. Trump's first inaugural address. The phrase that stood out, that stayed with everyone, has been this idea of American carnage. We've heard that this will be more of a message of unity. What do we expect to hear?
Committee co-chair, Mr. Steve Witkoff.
That's right, Amna. The president-elect is expected to give a much more unifying tone. The incoming administration says that he views this moment very differently than he viewed his election in 2016. And ultimately, when he was elected in 2016 and entered the White House after that election, he was met with a much larger resistance and viewed and was also much more amenable to establishment Republicans, many of whom resisted him much more back then. This time around, he very much has the Republican Party around him. He feels as though he has much more control and support across that Republican Party. You don't see as many of the Republicans in office anymore that were willing to stand up to him, whether it's Mitt Romney or the late John McCain. And so this is a very different moment for the incoming President Trump, who really considers himself to have a mandate, despite the fact that there is some polling recently from AP that shows that voters don't necessarily support mass deportations. They support the deportations of immigrants who have committed violent crimes, who have committed crimes, but going beyond into wider deportations, which we expect the president-elect to do because they have forecasted that, and so has his border czar, Tom Homan. That may be something that the wider American public doesn't necessarily support according to polling. That being said, given the calls this morning with White House officials, this administration is expected to launch what they call the biggest deportation effort in history. And they are cracking down not just on illegal immigration, but also legal immigration. And in those executive orders that we talked about a little bit earlier, another one that they are going to issue today is they are suspending refugee admissions for at least 4 months. So that's a crackdown on legal immigration, Amna.
Kevin Madden, as folks have been instructed to take their seats there, we were seeing the tech billionaires, the head of Apple, the head of Google, Elon Musk there standing. You see Mark Zuckerberg, head of Meta, standing amid Mr. Trump's cabinet nominees. For people who voted for Donald Trump because they were concerned about the price of groceries, they were concerned about the affordability crisis, how does this tableau strike the American people, do you think?
Well, I think there may be a little bit of a disconnect, but you have to remember that so many of the president's supporters are always happy to support anybody who has similar alliance with Donald Trump and his agenda than they do. I think also, look, a lot of Trump supporters will point out to you that Joe Biden and the Democrats were perfectly happy and thrilled to have the support of Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk when he was supporting Democrats. So I think, that hypocrisy, I think, will be something that fuels a lot of the president's supporters, as well as his allies on Capitol Hill. And I think they're much more focused now on, again, the determination is to put this mandate that they believe that they got and that they received in the fall of 2024 into action on the first day, and then really use that momentum to get big things done. What Trump supporters want more than anything is a reversal of what they saw over the last 4 years from Joe Biden.
Tiffany, I see you shaking your head in agreement. And there's this truism in politics that personnel is policy, and that has always been especially true for Donald Trump. Help us understand that in the context of the folks that he's selected to enact his agenda.
Yeah, well, some of these billionaires and tech CEOs weren't with Donald Trump in the past, and now it's clear that they are. They know that it's a net positive when you are partnered with Trump, and I think it also speaks to the movement that is going on in this country, that President Trump is able to bring in people from all walks of life to solve the complex problems that are facing our country.
We see the Supreme Court justices making their way into the rotunda right now. Of course, Chief Justice John Roberts will be administering the oath to President-elect Trump. Behind him, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, we understand, will be administering the oath to Vice President-elect JD Vance. I believe Senators Corker and Brown are still with us. Gentlemen, I'd love to get I believe Senator Corker is still with us. If you've been following along here, Senator Corker, let us know your thoughts on this moment in terms of what you expect and what you'd like to hear from President-elect Trump in this inaugural address in terms of the tone he sets for the next 4 years.
Well, look, this is a very different entrance than in 2016, no question. And he should be feeling very confident. I know he's feeling very confident, and I would hope that, as Senator Brown alluded to just a few minutes ago, I would hope that this is all about bringing people together. He was able to give a political talk yesterday in an arena. Hopefully this one is very different. As I mentioned, I don't think any president in a long time has come on the stage with more big challenges and opportunities to do great things for our country and to do great things for our world. But in order to do that, you do need Congress. You need people in our country, and I hope this is about a big vision, solving those problems, not casting blame, but let's move ahead. Great opportunities in front of us, and I hope that is what we hear. I have a feeling, I haven't obviously talked to the president in 6 years, but I have a feeling this could be very different than last time. I'm hoping so. Our nation and our world has tremendous issues for us to deal with, and he can make that happen if he approaches this job in that way. Let me say one other thing. I hope the people around him and in himself will focus on those things, those big things that our country needs to focus on, and not be diverted into some of the petty disruption for disruption's sake, going after people. I hope it'll be about moving ahead. And if so, what an opportunity he has.
A number of opportunities await, a number of crises, too. I want to draw on your experience, Senator Corker, as the former chairman of Senate Foreign Relations. I mean, crises from Sudan to the Middle East to Ukraine as we watch members of the Trump family make their way into the Capitol. Is President Trump's traditionally isolationist worldview, is it prepared to meet the moment, do you think?
Well, certainly it's prepared to meet the moment in Israel, right? And in the Middle East. I think it is prepared to meet the moment. And let's face it, look, we had our differences. I will say the Abraham Accords set the context for very good things to happen. And the Arabs and Israel are in a different place. Hezbollah, as I mentioned before, and Hamas are in a different place. I think in Ukraine and Russia, as mentioned earlier, they're both tired of fighting. And if he can bring himself to create an arrangement there that's good for Ukraine and democracy, good for Europe and the U.S., gosh, what an incredible undertaking that will be. And I think that through the relationship that he's attempting to have with Xi, maybe some good things can happen there. So those are going to be dealt with regardless of his isolationist view, right? They are going to be dealt with. And so look, I'm hopeful. Look, I'm not electable, I'm sure, but I'd love to be coming in. I'd love to be coming into the world today as President of the United States with the opportunities that we have before us. What a great opportunity for him to take advantage of.
Senator Brown, can I get you to weigh in here as you've heard what Senator Corker has to say in terms of what we could be hearing from President-elect Trump, whether or not he takes advantage of this opportunity to address all Americans and set a maybe different tone than he did back in 2017. What are your thoughts?
No, I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful, and I also am a realist. But I saw a president who clearly a wing of the Republican Party, now captured by President Trump, clearly almost not even debatable, sided with Putin. I mean, clearly, it was pretty stunning to see a major political party support the Russian leader and essentially betray Ukraine. I saw Ukrainian Americans in Ohio who historically have voted Republican that were pretty stunned by Trump's and Vance's view on Ukraine. And so I'm hopeful that Trump is willing to stand up to Putin, but if it's a deal that betrays Ukraine, then it's a troublesome thing. And when you look at some of Trump's nominees on foreign policy issues, but I go back, Bob's specialty was foreign affairs in the Senate. I think that's fair to say. Mine, I was chair of the Banking Housing Committee. Mine is more domestic. Both of us, of course, did both things, but I'm really concerned about the billionaires around this president as he pursues more tax cuts for the rich, as he pursues an agenda that really deregulates consumer protections and worker safety rules and the overtime rule and all that. So while I'm hopeful, I need to be convinced, as I think the majority of Americans do. I mean, think about the last 30 years. Presidents of both parties sold American workers out on trade. It's Dr. King's birthday today that we honor. Dr. King, I talk about the dignity of work frequently. That term really came from Dr. King, where he wove together worker rights, civil rights, human rights. I'm hopeful the president will honor that today in words in his speech, and more importantly, in his deeds, whether it's the overtime rule, whether it's a tax cut like the child tax credit that works for 99 in my state, 90% of kids' families benefited from that. You got huge tax cuts that expired. We weren't able to renew it. I hope the president takes some leadership on those kinds of issues.
Senator Brown, thank you for mentioning the fact that today is King Day. It's this rare coincidence in the calendar where January 20th is also the third Monday in January where we always celebrate King Day. The very last thing that Dr. King did in life was to fight for economic justice. He was fighting for the workplace safety for sanitation workers. There are many people who view the civil rights fight of the 21st century being one of economic justice. As we await the entry there of
former Vice President Dan Quayle and his wife now making their way in. I think we saw former Vice President Mike Pence think he was going to be next
yes.
in. He's now
Amna.
walking in.
Yeah, but picking up on that theme there, Senator Brown, where can Democrats work with Republicans on that issue, on the issue of economic justice?
Well, I mean, it's up to the president to set the tone, but if the focus, I mean, there's some irony in the people that are now at this inauguration. All the billionaires that were, all the California billionaires that supported Trump, they're all there crowded around. It's the thousands of MAGA devotees who were for Trump from the beginning. It's the evangelicals and their leaders who have been excluded from this. And I understand they had to shrink the number of attendees, but I don't think any billionaires got left out, pardon my term, but left out in the cold on this. But I hope that the pursuit of his agenda was less about rewarding his billionaires with tax cuts and weaker rules about their workers and about consumer protections. I hope it's more of a focus on workers. That was his campaign, but let's see.
We see former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton making their way in now. And we understand because all the proceedings have been moved indoors, there are several screens available to people to watch these proceedings. That includes over at the Capital One Arena, where our Stephanie Sy has been speaking with Trump supporters who were lucky to gather there. Stephanie, how are people there reacting to this scene as it unfolds inside the Capitol?
Well, you caught me just after a big round of boos. Every time the Clintons or President Obama show up on screen, you just hear this whole crowd erupt in boos. It's interesting because they're watching the same live feed that our viewers are getting, but on a jumbotron. And of course, you hear Sweet Caroline and Neil Diamond. So now it's become an impromptu karaoke session. I did want to talk a little bit, Amna, about just the contrast between, what we hear your guests talking about as far as specifics and policy and what we hear when we speak to Trump attendees at events like this. We spent the morning speaking to folks that were lucky enough to get into this crowd. And here's what they say. They bring up things like the economy. We interviewed one man whose son just had a baby, and he said he's struggling, and they believe that the last 4 years have been all doom and gloom, and that Trump will deliver them and bring them more economic security. I spoke to a couple here from Piperton, Tennessee. They really wanted me to name their hometown, who said they're, quote, tired of the pronouns. They're tired of the ideological debates over transgenderism. Oh, there's another boo. That was also for President Obama. And then a few people, including former veterans, who like President Trump's strongman persona. One man who kind of twisted Theodore Roosevelt's phrase about speaking softly with a big stick and said what he loves about Trump is he speaks loudly with a big stick. And finally, just a general sense that he can solve all of their problems. I mean, you hear that over and over again with people you speak to in his base, that whatever their problem might be, fears of public safety, concerns about their own family and drug addiction, concerns about their financial security and inflation, that they believe and they have so much faith that President Trump can cure all these ills, and that extends as far as veterans that believe he can bring world peace. So that's kind of the vibe here. They don't speak about specific policies. They don't have the details about tariffs. They speak in terms of vibes and the way they feel. This is a sporting arena, and it feels like a sporting event with all the boos and cheers and just, again, the fervent Trump fan that you feel here, some of whom have followed him since he was on The Apprentice and just view him as a glorious celebrity that can do no wrong.
Stephanie Sy at Capital One Arena. Stephanie, thanks so much. As she mentions the boos and cheers, we heard boos and cheers for certain members of the U.S. Supreme Court. Jonathan Capehart, this moment, 8 years ago, the election of Donald Trump was greeted by resistance among Democrats. There were the million people, the women who turned out on the National Mall with the knit pink hats. This time around, it seems like there's less resistance and more resignation. How are Democrats viewing this moment?
Or maybe a mix of both. I think maybe people are taking the day off. It is a holiday, and they're going to pick and choose their battles. But what I loved about Stephanie's report is that she showed us that there is literally a split screen moment in Washington. At the U.S. Capitol, we have been watching polite applause and greetings between, former presidents, members of the cabinet, the Supreme Court justices, very cordial, very in the spirit of upholding the traditions and customs of the peaceful transfer of power. And meanwhile, Stephanie is sitting there and listening to people react, the incoming president's supporters react in real time with cheers and boos for the people they like or don't like. And it made me think of something that Susan Page told me yesterday when I interviewed her on my show. She said, Donald Trump hasn't changed. Washington has changed. And we've been talking around that in terms of, well, there's a Republican House, a Republican Senate. But really, this town, Washington, has changed. And, to Senator Corker's point, it does give the president-elect, an opportunity to make good on the promises that he made. It's just a matter of, will he grab that opportunity? And one more thing. I remember back at the convention in Milwaukee when it was right after the first assassination attempt, and members of Congress coming on and saying, he's a changed man. We're going to see, he's transformed. We're going to see a different, more unifying Donald Trump. And that was the case the first 20 minutes. And then it went off the rails. He's also for this inaugural speech, he is saying he is going to, his speech will be one of unity. I'll believe it when I see it. I am not convinced. Look, like every American, I am hopeful, But I think, as Senator Brown said, I'm also a realist.
Yeah, and I actually literally wrote that down before you started speaking about the exact same thing, that Washington has changed, but has Trump. And we know that personality-wise, he is still going to be the same person. The reaction to him is going to be fascinating to watch, of official Washington as well as unofficial Washington, i.e. regular people in their regular lives. And it also, listening to former Senator Corker, reminded of the conversations that probably a lot of us had on these panels, Republicans saying, just stick to the economy. Don't talk about, just talk about the economy. Don't talk about retribution. Don't talk about going after your enemies. Just focus on the things people care about. And he would do that, and then he would move off of that topic. So I think we're going to see, maybe we may see a very different Donald Trump at this inaugural speech versus what he shows at the convention center / parade later this afternoon.
David, what do you make of that dissonance?
Yeah, well, first I want to say I'm disappointed there are more tech billionaires. Tim Cook, Jeff Bezos. I actually think the tech billionaires have a positive influence on him because on tariffs, on H-1B visas, I like the influence they're going to have. Nonetheless, as Jeff mentioned, it's not okay that they're up there. They should be in the audience. They should not be intermingled with the cabinet. That's a blurring of lines between public service and private interest.
Better seats than the cabinet.
It's better seats. So it's like William McKinley were inaugurated, and there was J.P. Morgan and Andrew Carnegie. Like, we would blink at that. And so the blurring of those lines, to me, is a problem.
Is there a benefit, though, that it's so transparent? Is there a benefit in the transparency of the transaction?
Maybe, and if he does, as I said, this electoral monarchy part, that he is a transactional president, if I want Elon Musk to like me, so I'll do what Elon Musk likes. And that's why they all went to Mar-a-Lago. That's why they're all there, because they think he's transactional.
Tiffany, what do you make of that?
Well, I think it's the picture, right, that this is the doers and the disruptors versus the establishment, right? So this DC is different. It's going to have to change. Trump is bringing in people from the outside, and it's not business as usual. It's not politics as usual with the establishment that we've seen, even in the Republican Party, you know, for many years. That's why you were hearing people boo on some of the Republicans walking in. Times have changed, and I think it just shows the vision that Trump has going forward.
I mean, Kevin, to that point, as Stephanie told us earlier, they were booing Mike Pence in the arena when he walked into the Capitol.
And he's establishment.
Look, Jonathan Capart's analysis of this is exactly right, and I agree with it 100%. And I think the Pence isolation, where Pence is there on his own, sort of represents where the Pence people are inside the party. This is Donald Trump's party. He has all the support, he has the infrastructure, he has the momentum, he has control. I also think that what Jonathan pointed out about the sort of split screen, which is the polite applause, the focus on bipartisanship, the focus on substance, the focus on comedy inside the Capitol.
Comedy, C-O-M-I-T-Y, not comedy funny.
C-O-M-I-T-Y. Versus the way politics is going to be litigated over the next 4 years and probably in the future, which is at the Capital One Center, which is, you know, it's part UFC, WWF event and part political rally. Donald Trump is going to have a very unifying message today. He is. I mean, just by the sartorial communications of his tie, which is purple, we're going to see a unifying message. But the next day, or even later today, 24 hours from now, a single-minded pursuit that is going to, if he's going to achieve what he wants to do, is going to be fueled by a lot of partisanship and a lot of the passions of his activist base. So, you know, and let's enjoy the sort of pageantry of today, but I think that's where we go in the next 48 hours.
We've been talking a lot about Donald Trump. Let's talk about JD Vance as we await his arrival and the arrival of his wife, Usha Vance, because he will be likely the inheritor of this movement. He is all of 40 years old, the first millennial vice president. There's a lot at stake. There's a lot riding on all of this for him, is there not, Kevin?
Yeah, I think, you know, he's in many ways, you mentioned this earlier, Jeff, with the fact that Donald Trump is a lame duck president. There is an inheritance that comes with JD Vance's ascension to the vice presidency today. He will essentially be curating the MAGA agenda and the MAGA approach for policymaking, potentially after this White House as a party leader going forward. So I think this is essentially the sort of starter's pistol for for JD Vance's role in growing the party, not just over the last campaign, but also the many years that are ahead.
And it goes to Tiffany's point about disruptors, which is really important to appreciate and understand how important this is to our politics. And that, who knows, 4 years from now, JD Vance is the establishment. And that there is a disruptor that says, we don't want to do things the way that these guys did it. Yeah. I'm the one that can actually deliver on the things that JD Vance and Trump were unable to do. So I do think we are entering this time. We've had, in our last 10 elections, we've had 9 change elections. This is the first time since the last time we had a second consecutive first-term president, so a non-consecutively elected president, that we've had 3 occupants of the White House in 3 consecutive elections lose. And so we are in a time of incredible disruption, and that I don't think that what is happening here is about what I think makes America so great is that there is continuity. It's more than just pageantry. This is making a statement about how important it is to have the peaceful transfer of power. But our politics is driven by a country that is evenly divided at 48, 49%. Yeah. And where the disruptors are is whoever's the party or the vision that's out of power. And we're going, I don't know when this ends, but it sure doesn't feel like this is the end of it.
Judy, to that point, this idea of disruption, I know you've been traveling the country, talking to a lot of people about their political views, including supporters of Mr. Trump. The fact that he has managed to hang on to, sustain this idea that he's an outsider. As a former president who now has complete control over one of our 2 major political parties, that idea is central to his popularity among his supporters, right?
It is, and you have to give him credit for pulling off the feat of winning re-election after losing, although he didn't acknowledge that he lost in 2020. But to Amy's point, I mean, this was a close election. Donald Trump won less than 50% of the vote. I think the final number is 49.8 to Kamala Harris's 48.4. So 1.5% difference in the total. Yes, he won the swing states, but we are a very divided country. And the other split screen I want to mention is one in our memories, and that is 4 years ago, in January of 2021, on the steps of the Capitol, and then inside the Capitol, the attack by supporters of Donald Trump. And I think of Mike Pence, the vice president here. 4 years ago, there was a noose that was built on the outside of the Capitol. So there are a number of split screens that we are thinking about today.
Tiffany, how are Trump supporters making sense of that moment, that split screen, to keep this metaphor going? The sense that in this very room, Trump supporters, rioters laid siege to that Capitol in an effort to overturn Joe Biden's election victory.
Yeah, that was a dark day in our history for sure, but and those that broke the law, should be held to that standard. But again, anytime the media starts to talk about January 6th, the American people tune out. It's time to move forward, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here today. That we are a country that can go through hard things. Democracy can be messy sometimes. And it can, create great change at the same time. So I am hopeful. I think President Trump's address will lay out a vision for our country. Leading up to the election, I believe it was about 78% of Americans actually felt that their children's future wouldn't be any better than theirs. And that's a dark place to be in this country. So I think it's about moving forward, and Donald Trump will lay out a vision for this country to give parents, hardworking, working-class Americans hope for the future, and that's where the focus is.
As we watch this live picture unfold inside the Capitol Rotunda, of course, senior members of Congress, former presidents, their spouses, Supreme Court justices, all gathered in this space. Very different from the tableau we would have expected had it been held outside, with some 250,000 people receiving tickets. And there we see Usha Vance wife of Vice President-elect JD Vance, making her way in, and of course, First Lady-elect Melania Trump as well. Jonathan, this idea that as we welcome in a new administration, we're saying goodbye to another, among the many actions we expect President-elect Trump to take today will really be an undoing of much of what President Biden put into place as well. How do Democrats view that in terms of the places they do want to be able to work together with Republicans moving forward?
Yeah, as we have seen over the last few elections, the incoming president tries mightily to undo the legacy of his predecessor. We saw that with Trump when it came to Obama. And I think we're going to see this now with Trump when it comes to President Biden. But again, I go back to what I said earlier, which is this is a different time than it was in 2017. And that Democrats, if they're the grown-up party, they're the party that cares about governing. And so they're going to have to pick and choose their battles. They can't have hair on fire over every tweet, every utterance. They have to pay attention to what soon-to-be President Trump says, what his cabinet officials have to say, and then what they try to do in the Congress, and figure out where they should push back, where they should work together. But my hunch is there won't be many places where they can work together.
David, also, it strikes me this time, President-elect Trump has a very different relationship with Congress than he did last time. In the previous term, it was really a reliance upon Mike Pence as his conduit to Congress. He has his own relationship with Speaker Johnson now, his own relationship with senior members of the Senate. To the extent he is a lame duck president and that he can't run again, for these first 2 years, what does that mean for how quickly and effectively he's able to actually have an impact?
It's obviously extremely small minorities. And the one thing I would say is that all the executive orders that he's reversing today, that's a problem with the dysfunction of our democracy. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to pass laws in Congress and the president signs it into bill. As that is broken down, executive orders have taken over governance to the extent where Donald Trump sometimes doesn't seem to understand the distinction. And so the TikTok was a law passed by Congress and signed by the president. Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump seems to think that he can issue an executive order to overturn a law passed by Congress and signed by the president. Mm-hmm. That's against the rules. And so that's part of the decay of our democracy.
Let's dip into this and listen to tenor Christopher Macchio perform "O America."
I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be
Vice President-elect JD Vance making his way into the Capitol. We expect President-elect Trump to be entering shortly as well. Former Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown has been with us this morning watching this all unfold. Senator Brown, your thoughts on this moment as we await just moments away from when President-elect Trump will be sworn back into office?
Yeah, I find this sort of theme of a couple of speakers, I can't see them on the screen, but I think it was a Trump spokesperson talking about disrupting, that it's no longer corporate interest and no longer the people who ran the Republican Party I find it, if not for the seriousness that I find amusing, that they're saying that Trump isn't going to listen to Wall Street anymore, isn't going to listen to the big corporate CEOs, he's going to listen to these California billionaires. I mean, the three of the richest people in the world are sitting on that platform with him. They all want tax cuts. They all want weaker consumer protections. They all want weaker worker safety rules. And so what gives? I mean, he's still going to provide. The Republican mantra for years has always been more tax cuts for the rich, more tax cuts for large corporations. I don't see any movement away from that. But at the same time, he's clearly listening to billionaires. One of them, as we know, on the stage gave $250 million to the president's campaign. So it's not like disruption means it's all about a focus on workers. Disruption means, well, we won't do quite as much for corporate America. We're going to take care of these newly minted, in some cases, DECA or CENTA, if that's the word, CENTA billionaires. So I don't find much change. And I don't, again, politics is not left or right, it's whose side you're on. And I think the president today needs to essentially say to the public, I'm not going to let these billionaires run the country. They help my campaign, but I'm going to look out for workers. I hope he does that. I'm always optimistic. I just don't really see it coming.
Well, President-elect Trump is now making his way into the Capitol. Tiffany Smiley, as we watch this live picture, I believe Senator Brown was referring to what you mentioned earlier about the disruptors. Care to respond?
Yeah, I mean, look, these people worked with Biden as well, but they also know that President Trump will deliver. So unfortunately, over the last 4 years, the economy, it hasn't worked for the working class. It hasn't worked for an average American who has lost nearly $33,000 over the last 4 years under Bidenomics. So I think Trump is just painting a picture. Trump is Trump, and he will always do what he wants to do. And he will always do what's best for America and the American people. I think he's just showing like, hey, look, I'm bringing people from all walks of life. This isn't just D.C. This isn't just the establishment, and we are going to solve these problems that are facing the American people.
Former and future First Lady Melania Trump has made her way inside the Capitol Rotunda. Former Republican Senator Bob Corker has been with us all morning. Senator Corker, we saw a moment ago the arrival of House and Senate leaders. How do you expect the House and Senate in this go-round to be a check on executive power?
I think they're going to be a check, and I just had a conversation with John Thune casually on the Senate floor. I escorted a new senator, someone who's being sworn in about on January 3rd. But I think they will be a check. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more communication. There's going to be a lot more communication between the two than has happened in the past. Obviously, Senator McConnell and President Trump didn't communicate that much. Thune and the president will. And then, look, in the House, you've got some independent Republicans over there. Obviously, the Democratic side is going to be a check. I think that people this time, though, are going to pick and choose. I think there's going to be more prudence in the way that they check, understanding the capital that the president comes in with, political capital. I do want to say one other thing. I enjoyed being on with Senator Brown, and I think what both of us are doing today in our different ways with a different focus is we're trying to be aspirational, meaning that we're hopeful that Senator Brown is hopeful that the president is going to focus on workers and their needs, an issue that he's always talked about. We came in together in 2007, elected in 2006. I, too, am trying to be aspirational. And I think that is the way that both the House and Senate in some ways will be. Can they influence the president to stay focused, to move in a direction that is good for our country? I think that's the mode that everyone around is going to be, hopeful that somehow the president will stay focused, that he'll try to bring out the best in all of us. And we're going to see in just a few moments whether that's his first step here at the inaugural speech.
Indeed. We'll end on that moment of hope, that note of hope, and go inside the Capitol Rotunda to watch this inaugural proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable JD Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. the construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect JD Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Jews and Dems. I could read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Christ was born across the sea, with our glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. all illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our Treasury. coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. To restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government, my administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
As newly sworn in, now President Trump, speaking to the American people for the first time as the 47th President of the United States, promising what he called a golden age of America beginning today, and repeating many of the messages he often says in his rally speeches and campaign remarks along the way over the last couple of years. Also noting this is, for himself, a remarkable political comeback and promising a new age for America ahead. We're waiting now for, I believe, Carrie Underwood to make her way to the podium to perform
America the Beautiful.
We're standing by to await the music. I believe Carrie Underwood will perform America the Beautiful in just a moment. Until then, Judy, I apologize if we need to cut you off, but your reaction to what we just heard from President Trump.
Well, it was, as you said, Amna, it was a reprise of much of what we heard during his campaign, and frankly, a reprise in many respects of what he said 8 years ago when he talked about, he didn't use the term carnage, which he did, but he did describe a dark time in America where American citizens have been failed by their government, where the borders have been overrun, crime, pretty much the darkest picture you can imagine. But he said all that is going to change. It's going to be drill, baby, drill. The golden age has begun.
You know the words. Help me out here.
That's how I would sum it up.
Let's listen in now.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Carrie Underwood, the pro that she is, with an impromptu a cappella version of America the Beautiful after there seemed to be an issue with the musical accompaniment. Tiffany, when you heard President Trump there say that this
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the Benediction clergy.
That this is now the golden age of America, the golden age of America begins right now. How did that strike you?
Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo.
I took it as
Sill,
a call for
and
all
Reverend
American
Frank
citizens to
Mann
be actively engaged in this, new golden era that we have coming up on us that Donald Trump is leading. That we're the innovators and the builders and the creators, and that's what makes this country beautiful.
Kevin?
Well, I think like a lot of Donald Trump's speeches, there were like 4 speeches in this, and I think he's wanted to frame it as aspirational, and he truly does believe this is a golden age. But I think that probably the most important term he used was the term liberation. He believes this is a pivot point and a cultural tipping point that is in favor of the MAGA view of how Washington should work.
And bless its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President JD Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, Grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President JD Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth,
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Donald Trump, now the nation's 47th president. The end of his inaugural here as he and other members of the new administration make their way out. David Brooks, inaugural addresses are typically heavy on poetry, light on prose. This one was fairly heavy on prose. I mean, specifics about just the series of actions he intends to take. It almost had the sense of a preemptive State of the Union address in many ways. What do you make of it?
Took the words from my mouth. It was the most State of the Union-y inauguration address. You think of pay any price, bear any burden. That's usually the kind of stuff we hear. Instead, I've got 6 executive orders on protecting the southern border. Not stupid. Not a stupid strategy. Americans are distrustful. I think they may be fed up with lofty words, and a lot of the policies are more popular than Donald Trump is. And so if you're facing a distrustful country, giving them concrete things that they can applaud at, that's probably the right thing to do. I would say when he did get lofty, it was a little 19th century-ish. Manifest Destiny, railroads, settling the frontier, William McKinley gets a name check. Like, that's a lot of 19th century. But that's a little Donald Trump's mentality. That was the years we became a big superpower. Those were the years we were not yet global. It was also, I would point out to Donald Trump, the year of massive immigration that made this country what it was. The final thing I'll say is that the one word that was not mentioned, which could be what this whole administration turns out to be about, is China. That right today, DeepSeek, the Chinese AI company, released a model that's apparently as good as the American models. If they win the AI race, that's a big, big deal. China's getting more aggressive in the Philippines. I really think that whether Taiwan gets invaded or not in the next 4 years really sets the tenor for the American trajectory over the next 4 years. And that part, the foreign policy part, I think Donald Trump doesn't want to be that kind of president, but I think he's going to be that kind of president.
Jonathan, he mentioned the government facing a crisis of trust. He's not wrong, right? American institutions have long seen a decline in public trust. What did you make of the rest of his speech in terms of the context of what we were all expecting to hear as well?
Well, he said this was going to be a message, this was going to be a speech of unity. I didn't hear the word unity. I would say that most of his speech, maybe 70-30, was centered around him. I'm used to inaugural addresses in these moments where you're bringing together a country. In this case, half the country did not vote for you. And so this is where the unity message would have been great. And I looked for moments of unity to see if it was coming through. And you find those moments when you get the presidents from former presidents from both parties applauding. And yet George W. Bush did not clap in key places where his fellow Republicans were standing up in ovation. President Trump missed an opportunity to, at least in one moment, show the unity he said he was talking about. And that was when he talked about the ceasefire deal. And he said, days before I became president, that would have been the perfect opportunity to give a nod to then the former president who worked his butt off into the very last hours of his presidency to help get it done. Yes, with help from the now president and people on his team, but that would have been the opportunity to show the unity he said he was going to deliver today.
Indeed, lots to unpack in that speech, and we should say that our partners at PolitiFact have a live fact check on our website, pbs.org/newshour, for anyone who wants to go back and see how the many things that President Trump outlined in his speech, how it comports with the facts. Amy Walter, there was a Wall Street Journal poll that showed that Americans support what the Journal, how they characterized it as MAGA light. So, for instance, that yes, they do support his immigration stance, for instance, but they don't necessarily support the mass deportation of millions of undocumented immigrants in this country. You know, for an American public that might hold that view, what would they make of the speech that we heard this morning?
Well, I don't know that there were the exact specifics on what this mass deportation would look like. I think he talks a lot about, and his administration talks a lot about, criminal elements. And I think if it is really limited to people who are here, who have committed violent crimes, and they are deported, I think he would have overwhelming support for doing that. It's certainly true in the polls. Once you start getting into the more sort of vague territory of what is considered a violent crime or who's considered to be somebody that is a risk in this country, I think that's where you might see the challenges. The thing that really stuck out to me too is where we talk about a crisis. Amna noted the crisis of trust, and the reality is, no matter how great of a speech you give or what we hear from his first State of the Union, a president is tested by crisis, and it was the crisis of COVID that ultimately was Donald Trump's undoing. That the frustration with how the administration handled that really brought Joe Biden to where he was today. Joe Biden's reaction in many ways to Donald Trump sowed the seeds of his undoing all of the immigration orders really on day one, and the frustration and the realities that came from that, of the influx of migrants, as well as the legislation to pump a ton of money into the economy, which brought us in, which was certainly a reason for increased inflation. And so you, as a president, can control only so much. The crisis is really, and if it is what David says, where the crisis is overseas, that it's China, that is going to define this presidency. George W. Bush knows that probably better than anybody else sitting on that stage.
Kevin, it strikes me, you know, if you're not going to hear the message of unity in a tightly scripted inaugural address, will we ever hear it from a president who's not been prone to that kind of language or remarks in the past? I mean, this was, as Jonathan pointed out, an opportunity maybe to give a nod to the outgoing administration on the ceasefire deal, maybe to point to the fact that the country is divided. He wants to serve all Americans. We didn't hear that today. So in terms of this address setting a tone for this presidency, what did you hear?
Well, I think all of Donald Trump's speeches have a certain level of complexity that are almost a sort of microcosm of how he approaches politics, in the sense of the pageantry of the moment. You know, starting off with the golden age is a design towards the aspirational sort of frame that I think Senator Corker had talked about. But I agree with Jonathan that it was more confrontational than it was unifying. And I think a lot of that has to do with just the interpretation of what they believe, of what Trump and his allies believe is the mandate that they have from the American people to do big things on the big issues that they care about. And so, when you have a administration that is now framed its charge as reversing the last 4 years and feeling this sense of liberation going forward, I believe that they believe that they had to have those type of that type of approach in order to get the big things done that they want to get done. And so I think it'll be a hallmark of this administration. They're going to move fast. They're going to move again with a lot of volume. They are not going to play along with a lot of the customs and traditions of, of how they deal with Congress. They're going to be much more focused on driving a sense of momentum around their agenda and hope and expecting their allies on Congress to come along. And I would say one last thing. I think that it was by design to be somewhat of a repudiation of Biden and Harris, who are only sitting feet away. And I think that is probably the tone that I would expect over the next 4 years.
Yeah. Do we have time for one, just to add on to that. I think this is a theme we've been seeing for years now, that an administration comes in, they've got control of Congress, they know they basically have a year and a half to get big things done for the people essentially who voted for them. They do that many times through legislation, through reconciliation, which we're likely to see here. 2 years later, that party gets voted out of power in the midterms. And so you kind of have a system of government now where in a 49 country, when you get your chance to be in charge, you got to take that. And you push as much as you can through the pipeline, knowing that there's likely to be a backlash 2 years later. And that, I think, is just a reality of where we sit in our
and that, that's what his speech, I think, laid out, is a vision of hope and the future going forward. He touched, obviously, on the last 4 years, which, you can start with the failed departure out of Afghanistan that emboldened the evils of this world, that put us in the position we're in now, that he's going to have to confront China and all these evil actors. We know that China is operating in the Panama Canal. He addressed that as well, and the need to, the deal was for Panama to control it, not Chinese businesses on both ends of the port. That's massive national security implications for our country. So he addressed that. But more so, he was just laying out how bad it has been for Americans over the last 4 years, with inflation, with global wars, with an open, porous border, drugs, crime coming into every community in America. This is exactly what the American people want. And I was encouraged. It was a call to action to all citizens, Democrat or Republican, that this is our country. This isn't Washington, D.C.'s country. This is our country, and we can have an active role in it in the golden age going forward.
I would just add to that, I'd say Trump's interpretation of what bipartisanship is if you think about how he's approached immigration and border security, inflation, even things like confronting, woke corporate policies, he believes he has a 70-30 support of the American public on those issues. And that is a bipartisan agenda that he is intent on moving towards.
We were about to watch the Bidens make their way to Marine One as they depart the U.S. Capitol. As we keep our eye on that live picture there, I want to bring back our two former senators who are joining us, Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio and former Republican Senator Bob Corker of Tennessee. Senator Brown, what struck me about this inaugural address in comparison to the first one was that we heard the then President Trump in 2017 paint a picture of America in decline. This address really painted a picture of an American establishment in decline. And he said he had a mandate to completely and totally reverse the horrible betrayal, as he put it. What do you make of that assertion, and how do you think that'll play politically?
Well, I made of it what I said an hour ago, 2 hours ago, before the speech, was that he talks about blowing up the establishment, but he's surrounded on stage with all these California billionaires, and you can bet he didn't talk about this, but the main theme of this presidency, he'll talk about immigration, he'll do some things, but the main theme is tax cuts for rich people, to do that tax bill again that he did 7 or 8 years ago, to probably to make it bigger, to make sure the California billionaires get their share, if you will. But no mention of the child tax credit, no mention of the bill that he should renew, where 90% of the tax benefit, where the tax benefits went to 90% of the public, 60 million children, 2 million children in my state alone, their families. Those were significant tax breaks. He didn't talk about that. He didn't talk about workers in the overtime rule. And he did what Jonathan said. Essentially, this was a speech about his own grievances, about the judicial system attacking him, about his pain, and about not about the country. And it's, again, you've seen a lot of speeches for inaugural speeches, and this one about grievance, and this one about his own election. How many times he bragged about how much he won by. Reagan didn't do that. Clinton didn't do that. Bush didn't do that. Neither Bush. Obama didn't do that. Instead of the focus on workers, instead of the focus on inflation, what do you see there with inflation other than talk? My wife Connie and I go to the grocery store after church often, and I hear at the checkout counter, I hear at the checkout line, I hear in the aisles, I hear the meat counter, I hear over and over about inflation. And the answer to that, in many ways, I know Amy talked about spending, but the answer in many ways is we're paying for corporate tax breaks. We're paying for executives getting their stock buybacks, and no mention of that. And I don't think the president will go after that when it comes to inflation. So whatever he did in the speech is not that relevant. What matters is what he's going to do next, and obviously we'll judge by his actions. But I'm concerned that his actions are mostly going to be about feeding the billionaires on stage and not standing up to those interest groups that presidents should stand up to. And in most cases, presidents of both parties have failed.
And we should say what we're witnessing right now, this is unique to our system of government. This is the American transfer of power, demonstrating the resilience and stability of our system. President Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, boarding Marine One as they make their way away from Washington, capping 50 years of public service, and President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump walking back to the Capitol to resume a number of the day's events. Senator Corker, you're with us as well. Your reflections on this moment, sir?
Obviously, a little less aspirational, a little more focus on. It actually reminded me of the photograph, of the court appearance that ended up being really well seen among his supporters of strength and defiance. And I think that is what he chose to reinforce here. He did speak, I listened to Senator Brown, my friend. He did speak to the issues that he felt elected him. And he was obviously very somber in how he did so, somber about the state of the country, which whether you agree with it or not, many people felt that way, and that's why he is elected today. So again, it was less on the aspirational piece, far more on the business before him, the business that brought him here, and his intention in dealing with those issues immediately. So more of a business talk, less of a raising people up talk.
We're watching President Trump there and Vice President Vance make their way back into the Capitol. We understand they're going to be making their way to Emancipation Hall. It's an overflow room that has been set up when the ceremony was moved indoors. We understand he'll address the crowd gathered there as well. We'll bring you those remarks live when they happen. You're also watching here as now former President Biden and former First Lady Dr. Jill Biden prepare to take off and leave Washington. Also on Capitol Hill is our Lisa Desjardins, who's been following these proceedings. Lisa, your takeaways from what we just heard from the newly sworn-in President Trump.
Well, two things. First, as we see now former President Biden leave the Capitol, it does strike me this is a man who now, 52 years after he started on the Capitol as a young senator, now we see the end of his public service. But as to the speech, David said something. He said, the one word I didn't hear was China. There were two other words I didn't hear, and Senator Brown referred to one of them, taxes. Tax cuts is something that the Republicans here are obsessed over, spending late nights already trying to figure out what could be a very difficult tax cut bill that they say is the core of the Trump agenda. But that's not what we heard from President Trump today. The other thing, I didn't hear the word debt. The debt and deficit are also core concerns here at the Capitol, occupied not just a lot of time and policy concern, but they are, I remind you, one of the reasons that former Speaker Kevin McCarthy was ousted. This is a Republican conference, especially on the House side, that has many members unsatisfied with the state of the debt and deficit. Didn't hear those from President Trump. And it reminds me that I didn't really hear much about the work that Congress needs to do. This was a speech about an executive talking about the presidency, but he does need to work with Congress, but I didn't hear that at all in this speech.
We know back at the White House, our White House correspondent Laura Barone-Lopez has also been listening in. Laura, we're watching former President Biden now take off, as Lisa pointed out, capping that 52 year of public service and his career coming to an end in a way he did not anticipate it coming to an end. We know he had warned against the incoming president as a threat to democracy. And we know President Biden was working up until the last minutes of his presidency. Tell us a little bit about what's transpired while we're watching this inaugural proceeding.
In the final minutes of his presidency, before he was heading to the Capitol with now sworn-in President Trump, President Biden issued some very last-minute pardons, preemptive pardons to his family members, specifically a number of his siblings, James Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, as well as their spouses. And then President Biden said that it was because of the fact that they were under threats, attacks, and he was referencing past promises made by Donald Trump to go after not just Joe Biden, but also his entire family. Trump had said that repeatedly on the campaign trail, as well as his allies said that they would go after Joe Biden and his family. And so in this preemptive pardon issuing, Biden said that it wasn't because his family did anything wrong or anything illegal, but that this was because he had no guarantee that his family would not be prosecuted. And so he decided to issue these preemptive pardons just minutes before his presidency ended, Amna.
And there was also a notable act of clemency for an indigenous activist. Tell us about that.
That's right, Jeff. I don't have that one just in front of me, but those were other pardons that the president made, adding on to his clemencies and commutations that he's issued, a historic number, more than any president to date, Jeff. And especially with large numbers in the final few months of his presidency. And so that's something that a number of legal experts have said could very well be a legacy-defining moment for the outgoing president. But if I could, I'd like to highlight a few things that stood out to me from now President Donald Trump's speech, and specifically the significant focus on immigration. And in the speech, he was talking and saying all illegal entry to the United States will immediately be halted, and that he will direct migrants to be returned back to their countries of origin. That's going to require some agreements. It's a lot easier said than done. That they will have to have agreements with countries saying that they are willing to take migrants back to the country of origin. And I was also talking to some legal experts about the executive order that is coming on ending birthright citizenship. And immigration lawyers that I was talking to today, Jeff, said that would be in violation of the 14th Amendment, that the interpretation that the Trump administration is viewing the 14th Amendment, saying that it would allow them to stop automatic birthright citizenship for children of undocumented migrants. Immigration lawyers say that is not the correct interpretation of the 14th Amendment and could likely very quickly be halted by judges.
We are watching as Republican House leaders make their way to Emancipation Hall in advance of those remarks that Amna mentioned that we expect to hear from President Trump, to that overflow crowd standing in front of what is a replica of the Statue of Freedom. The bronze version of that sits atop the Capitol dome. And that commutation I was mentioning earlier, it was for the indigenous activist Leonard Peltier. President Biden commuted his life sentence, and he will serve out the remainder of that sentence at home confinement, Amna.
So we see supporters of Mr. Trump. They're waiting for the president to come address them. We'll bring you that live when it happens. In the meantime, we know other supporters are gathered at Capital One Arena. Our Stephanie Sy is there, has been speaking with them and watching as they watched the inaugural address unfold. Stephanie, what was the reaction there?
And Amna, you had to come to us right when this very noisy band started. But yes, 20,000, I would say, supporters. Capital One Arena is completely packed. And I have to tell you, as they were watching that live feed of the inauguration speech, it was as if President Trump were in the room. because this is the crowd that he was clearly speaking to. And at times it felt like a WWE match, and at other times it felt like we were at a mega church. I would say the biggest applause lines were so varied in their content. He received loud cheers, for example, when he said, "America's decline is over." He received really loud cheers in the crowd when he talked about the assassination attempt against him and how he was saved by God. When he talked about Liberation Day, when he said, "Drill, baby, drill," and ending the Green New Deal. And really big cheers when Elon Musk appeared on the screen and gave a thumbs up when President Trump talked about going to Mars. And here's my observation after speaking to some dozen supporters of Trump here. They largely follow what his agenda is. He decides, in a way, how they prioritize policy. And I think that is why you also saw really loud cheers in the room for him saying the U.S. should retake control of the Panama Canal, an issue that certainly hasn't been at the forefront of American politics as far as I can remember. So, they really follow him with so much fidelity, and that's what we heard over and over again. Now, just to remind you, the folks that are in here, some of them have been waiting all night in the cold just to get into the arena, and now we're starting to see more festivities as they ramp up for the arrival of the president in a couple of hours. This is, of course, where they will be holding the inauguration parade. I'm not sure how it will all play out, but in the last half hour, we've seen more and more military brass and those types of dignitaries show up. And just one disruption I noticed toward the end of the speech, and that was a protester, a lone protester, who shouted, "Free Palestine." And very quickly, the crowd shouted her down and said, "Get her out, get her out." And indeed, security guards came and got her and took her out. I mean, talk about coming into the lion's den to say that. And that is exactly how it felt. But overall, a very boisterous, energized crowd. Everybody woke up as soon as the inauguration proceedings began.
Applause for President Trump at the watch party at Capital One Arena, and applause for him as well inside Emancipation Hall. Let's take a listen as it looks like Vice President JD Vance will be the first to speak.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal
President Trump
offense.
is delivering unscripted remarks there in Emancipation Hall to a number of his supporters. At the same time, former President Biden is delivering brief departure remarks at Joint Base Andrews. We're going to dip in quickly just to listen in to former President Biden.
Thank you for the sacrifices you made. I mean it. For being part of this journey. Every day, I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear in my farewell address, as we all do have we have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. You know, we got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, they're up and down, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never, never, never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. So all of you can, stay engaged in all the ways you can, whether it's in public service, or the private sector, or philanthropy.
Former President Biden addressing supporters before he and former First Lady Dr. Jill Biden leave Washington for California. Meantime, President Trump is still addressing supporters inside Emancipation Hall. These are unscripted remarks. We're going to go back now to President Trump.
This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56% and we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. They have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him very more, did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you want to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it, they were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around. And we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better. And I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching, you know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving, we were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom. And the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because you've been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady. We love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
President Trump delivering freewheeling remarks to his supporters in the Emancipation Hall, the overflow room, as it were, during this inauguration. Remarks that would sound familiar to anyone who's attended a Trump rally as of late. Let's bring in Beverly Gage, history professor at Yale University, who's been standing by for us. Thanks so much for being with us. First, your reflections on the inaugural address and what we heard from President Trump just not even a full hour after taking the oath and delivering the prepared remarks upstairs.
Yeah, the inaugural address was interesting because it wasn't a very traditional inaugural address, but I think that we've all probably gotten used to at this point, getting some non-traditional formats and forms of speech from Donald Trump. And of course, that was a much more extemporaneous, slightly strange but familiar speech that he just gave to his own supporters. You know, overall, I would say that the inaugural speech itself was pretty dark. He seemed much happier and more relaxed, just in a room of his own fans speaking off the cuff.
Beverly, outside of his remarks as well, just the place that you see this incoming, now newly sworn in president holding in a modern American political history, coming in for a non-consecutive term, winning in the way that he did. Tell us about how you're viewing this next presidency of Donald Trump.
One of the things that has really struck me over the last few weeks and few months is how much Trump seems to be gesturing really back toward the late 19th century, to the period of the Gilded Age. We saw that with his tribute to William McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt. A lot of the issues that he's taking on, the tariffs and immigration, birthright citizenship, these were kind of the hot issues of that moment. And so it's interesting to see, I guess, a sort of combination of these self-conscious gestures toward the past, and at the same time, you know, declarations that he is sui generis, he's something brand new, which is, of course, his favorite theme about himself.
And Beverly, President Trump is taking office with a Republican-led House and Senate. Of course, recent presidents have had unified control of government for at least the first 2 years ahead of the midterms. What opportunities does that present to Donald Trump, and what challenges remain given that the majorities, the Republican majorities in both chambers, are really so slim?
It is true that we have, for many decades now, been living in a world of not only close elections, and this was a close election, though it was decisive, but in an atmosphere of divided government with these little interregnums, right? A year or two, usually two, at the beginning of a presidency in which there's a new opportunity and the chance to really do something. So I think, some of both the alarming and the ambitious qualities of his inaugural, I think really were aimed at the idea that there was a pretty limited period of time in which to carry that out. He does not have large majorities at all. And so I think one of the big questions ahead is whether he's going to be able to actually hold a coalition together to get done some of these ambitious and in some cases, pretty unprecedented or even outrageous things that he's proposing and that many of his supporters seem to want.
Presidential historian Beverly Gage, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. Also with us today is Mary McCord, Executive Director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection at Georgetown University's Law School. She's a former acting assistant attorney general. Mary, I know we have a lot to talk about in terms of what President Trump was speaking about with the January 6th, as he refers to them, hostages. He's indicated he'd like to issue pardons for them as well. But I want to begin by asking you about those last-minute pardons that President Biden issued on his way out for the January 6th committee, for Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, and members of his own family as well. What do you make of that?
Well, this is something that I know that President Biden has been thinking about for some time, and it's really extraordinary. And he said so in his statement, that it's because of the exceptional circumstances we're in and his concerns that there will be weaponization of the government and the Department of Justice, and there will be retribution, as Donald Trump promised throughout his campaign, and others who are going to be part of his administration or proposed to be part of his administration have also threatened. So I think, Joe Biden, we can have varying views about whether this was a good or bad idea, but I think President Biden felt like he needed to extend some sort of protection against retribution, against unfounded investigations and prosecutions. And he made clear in his statement that his giving these pardons was not an indication that there was any facts that would support any crimes being committed by any of those being pardoned, and that an acceptance of a pardon also should not convey any indication that someone is admitting any type of guilt.
And a process question, Mary. If someone does accept one of these preemptive pardons, do they then waive their Fifth Amendment rights? I mean, could they be hauled before Congress and have to testify at end about what they may know or what role they might have played in the administration?
I mean, it certainly would raise questions about that. It's a good point. I think there's a lot of questions raised about prospective pardons, including what does a person have to do to accept them? Because to your point, unless and until a person is investigated or prosecuted, they really wouldn't need to say whether they're accepting a pardon or not. So I think there's just a lot of unanswered questions about the mechanics of this. And as we know from sort of blanket pardons after the Vietnam War, there are still people who can actually claim the protection of that pardon.
And there are lots of unanswered questions, of course, about the pardons that President Trump might extend to those people who have January 6th related convictions. We heard him say in his remarks to that overflow crowd that he wanted to mention it in the speech. He was dissuaded from doing that, but he said that actions count more than words and people will be very pleased. We don't yet know how this will play out, if he'll extend clemency to people who have violent convictions, people who were convicted of seditious conspiracy. What will you be watching for?
Well, just that very point, right? He has never said definitively that he would issue blanket pardons for everyone who has been indicted, charged, prosecuted, or convicted related to January 6th. He said they would consider them. So what will that consideration be? Will he draw the line between nonviolent and violent? Will he draw the line about not pardoning anyone who attacked a law enforcement officer? I'll note that his nominee for Attorney General, Pam Bondi, did say during her confirmation hearing that she, is very supportive of law enforcement and would take very seriously any assaults on law enforcement. And that also, if asked, she would give her opinions about some of these proposed pardons. I think it's also important to remember, and for those who are considering where the lines might be, that if we are talking about a line between nonviolent and violent, or force and use of force, that crimes like seditious conspiracy, that requires that force be used to hinder the execution of U.S. law. And so those guilty verdicts for members of different paramilitary organizations who were charged with and convicted of seditious conspiracy, those are crimes that involve force.
And there were some 1,600 convictions in all, is that right, connected to January 6th?
Pretty close to 1,600. I believe there's been over 800 who've been found guilty. Actually more than that, over 1,100, I believe, found guilty, over 800 being sentenced either to incarceration in a facility or, in some cases, a smaller percentage, home detention. So, the numbers are significant. The judges here, the federal judges in D.C. and the district court have spent a good part of the last 4 years handling these nearly 1,600 cases. They've ensured that defendants have had their rights protected. They've gotten counsel if they couldn't afford counsel. They've had their due process rights protected like any other defendant. And I think it would be a remarkable assault, frankly, on the judiciary as well as our criminal legal system to issue anything close to a blanket pardon. These judges have been clear across political lines, judges appointed by Democrats, Republicans, and President Trump himself in his first term, that the crimes committed by those who attacked Congress, who tried to prevent the transfer of power back in 2020, that these were very serious, serious crimes.
Mayor McWhorter, thanks to you as always for your insights. We appreciate it.
And we're looking now at live picture inside the traditional inaugural luncheon, where the guests have already gathered, and you're seeing what really only happens every few years, really interesting groupings and pairings of people speaking in here. You had an incoming nominee for Interior Secretary speaking with Barron Trump. We had Carrie Underwood speaking with members of Congress as well. We're, of course, awaiting the arrival of President Trump and Vice President Vance. Back here in the panel, though, Tiffany, I need to ask you, because in these last remarks we just heard from President Trump, unscripted, for a crowd of supporters in this overflow room, it was really Trump in his element. This was him speaking off the cuff. You were laughing along as he spoke to them. Tell me what you made of what he was talking about there, and specifically him saying these were the things they didn't want me talking about upstairs.
Well, that's why people love Trump, because he says what he wants to say. It's not a scripted political, talk. He's not cagey like typical politicians are. They know that they're getting the truth and they're getting the real deal. And that's exactly why the American people love Donald Trump. And that's what we saw. I think it's an interesting dynamic, that he had his scripted speech and then went immediately off the cuff to deliver remarks to his supporters. That's who Trump is, and it's why the American people love him.
And it's why there has never been that Trump pivot that people talked about during the first term, that somehow, if Donald Trump was able to read from a teleprompter and deliver this, as prepared speech, that would somehow suggest how he might govern or how he might move in the future. He's always been who he is.
He kind of had it felt like Henny Youngman in the Catskills, kind of working a crowd. But this is one of the skills that I think many of his critics really underestimate. Before Trump was, more than a businessman, and especially now, more than a politician, he's a showman, and he knows how to work a room, and he knows how to sort of really build and win over, people when he gets to talk to them in person. And I think a lot of that support that he gets from inside his party, congressional allies who are willing to do his bidding for him up on Capitol Hill. I think activists that are willing to go out and demonstrate their support and make noise from the outside and try to affect policy inside Washington. Those are going to be huge assets for him as he moves forward. Because, and David mentioned this earlier as well, there's the concept of Trump's presidency, but then there's the reality, which is that he still has a 2-seat majority in a very closely divided country. And that's going to come up, I think, over and over the next 4 years, just how closely divided this country is and how important his skills as a salesman and as a showman are going to be in marshaling public support for his agenda.
And I want to say just real quick, like Donald Trump is actually like really easy to work with. I have personally worked with him before on policies and issues. He's not your typical politician, which is refreshing. He's actually funny and very easy to get along with and very easy to work with in a business sense. Like I loved sitting down, talking through problems, and he would just look at his policy writers and say, change it. This is a solution, change it. And that's refreshing in our culture today.
Does the focus on grievance, even to this day, after he won the election, I mean, when he was delivering those off-the-cuff remarks, he was attacking Mark Milley and Liz Cheney and Nancy Pelosi and still not conceding the 2020 election. Does that get in the way of the sales pitch? You said that he's a great salesman and showman. You know, for the other half of the country that didn't vote for him, that really rubs people the wrong way.
When it becomes personal, I think so. I think like his worst moments are when he gets too narrowly focused on some of his personal grievances and tries to litigate personal conflicts that he has. But when he is able to, ladder that up and have a broader confrontation of the Washington establishment, politics as usual, and he sort of speaks to a lot of the concerns that everyday Americans have, that's where he has such a strong political alliance and builds up that strong political capital that he needs in order to really mobilize his most active voters, but also those congressional allies that he's going to need if he's going to get things done.
Jonathan, David, I'd love for you to weigh in, especially on those last remarks. This was his, Trump in his element, really the true Trump, if you were unscripted and off the cuff. Jonathan, your takes?
I didn't hear him say anything I had not heard in every campaign rally that he did in his speech at the convention. I understand he can be charming and he can be funny one-on-one. That he's a showman, which, you know what? Yes, he absolutely is. But it's the words that come out of his mouth that more often than not aren't funny. More often than not give people more concern than they do comfort. And at this time, and especially on this day, when we were promised this was going to be a message of unity, that he would have, that he, at least on just this one day, say something continuously that would make the 48% of the country, or actually more than 50% of the country, you count in the people who voted third party, who did not vote for him and who looked to him as someone to be feared. And, great presidents, the presidents who come into the office and realize that they're there because their supporters put them there, but they're there to be the president of all people. To me, it's incumbent upon him to say to those who didn't vote for him, I know you didn't vote for me, but I'm going to be your president. Instead, we got lots of the usual mean rhetoric about Nancy Pelosi, about the January 6th committee, relitigating the past, about the election of 2020. I don't know. I don't know what I expected today. I came into this, I don't know, sort of not even numb, but just I've been here before. I've seen this movie before. But now having seen part two, the beginning of this movie, I don't think I'm as comforted as I thought I would be. Comforted in the sense that, okay, he's been president before, he's in again. Yeah, he's got his plans, and a lot of them are disconcerting. But maybe, the wheels of Washington will work its way so that the hardest edges will be sanded down. I don't know about that now.
I will say what's different, this goes back to something he said as well in terms of the actions speaking louder than words. There's already reporting that the CBP One app, which is the legal means the Biden administration had set up for people to pursue an asylum claim, again, legally in the United States, that app is now down, which means some tens of thousands of people who had, appointments scheduled to legally pursue a case for asylum here, that's now been canceled. So that's one immediate change we're seeing right away. But this is what he said to expect, was they're moving fast. Right, David?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible to both find many of his policies appalling and to find him funny. And I think he's a funny guy who sometimes has appalling policies. And I find some of it refreshing, like who gives a speech and then goes down and gives another speech telling everybody what they forced him to take out of the speech he gave upstairs. Like, nobody does that. You're not supposed to do that. The downside of that is the process. Governance is a process. And it's going to be run by the people who were in that luncheon room we were just looking at. And how well will there be a policy process to actually get things done? Finally, on the sharp edges, it's not my cup of tea. I'm willing to give him a break because the key word he used in that inaugural address was betrayal. The establishment has betrayed you. And that is actually true. If you look at people with high school degrees in this country, they die 8 years sooner. They're much more likely to die of opioid addiction. They make much less money. They have many fewer friends. Like, those people have been betrayed by a system over generations. And he is speaking to that, and that is utterly and totally legit.
We're going to go live now to a signing ceremony. We believe President Trump will begin to sign some of those executive orders he said he intended to. Let's listen in.
Cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that. Yeah, that's important.
That's important, isn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
It was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. Maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's it.
we go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There we go. Take that. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons that President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys. Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay.
President Trump in the appropriately named President's Room just off the Senate floor there at the U.S. Capitol. Let's bring in our White House, or rather, congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins. Lisa, we heard Senator Amy Klobuchar describe these as the official documents to President Trump as he was taking his seat there, set to sign them. They include cabinet appointments, sub-cabinet appointments, and then one where the flag will be flown at full staff at all future inaugurations. Help us understand the importance of that and give us a sense of what's happening where you are.
Well, this is a nod to Trump's own policy on this inauguration day, where outgoing President Biden had established a period of mourning for late President Jimmy Carter. Under that period of mourning, flags were to be at half staff on this day, just by the number of days allowed. President Trump wanted them at full staff, and so did the Speaker of the House. And so they arranged for them to be full staff today, and now they're saying in perpetuity that it should be at full staff whenever there's an inauguration. It's interesting. This is an old tradition at the Capitol where the incoming president signs basically the first structures of their presidency. That includes nominations, their cabinet officials, sub-cabinet level, also sets up some of the infrastructure and relationship that's formal with the House and Senate. This is a place where the president can sign other orders, though, as you saw, having to do with inauguration. But that's the only one he chose. And all of us, especially including Laura, are waiting to see when he signs those more direct actions. Really, his first policy decisions are still ahead of us for this day. One other note, the luncheon that you've been watching footage of, so interesting to see who's been talking with each other there. That is obviously running late, as President Trump is running late. I'm told they have been holding the lunch there and waiting for him. And I want to make one note. Our viewers spend a lot of time, love art. They may have noticed that beautiful painting there. I'm told that that painting is called American Horizons. It's on loan from the Art Institute of Chicago. And I saw this room last night. Guys, I've never seen Statuary Hall look more beautiful. The staff here at the Capitol really did a great job. So.
Lisa, I have to say, I had a question about that piece of art, and I knew that you would know the answer. A serious question, though, because we were talking earlier about the potential pardons for Trump supporters, people who have January 6th related convictions. Has that been a point of contention among Republicans on Capitol Hill, especially in the Senate? How might this play out?
You will not hear a lot of public contention about that. There are Republicans who have tried to use, I guess, soft influence with President Trump, Lindsey Graham, for example, to signal, he's been more overt. He said he does not think anyone who has harmed a police officer should be pardoned. There are some who have gone farther. But we even heard from the Attorney General designate Pam Bondi in her confirmation hearing last week, a signal as well, where she said that violence is not acceptable. She didn't go so far as to say that no one on January 6th should be exempt from pardons, but that was the question. So what you see here is those who oppose the idea of a universal pardon for anyone involved in January 6th being very careful about how they frame that with President Trump. We'll see what happens, but there are many Republicans, especially in the Senate side, who would be very unhappy with that, some more openly than others.
Lisa Desjardins, thanks so much.
Back in our panel, Judy Woodruff, I'd love for you to weigh in at this moment as we take in these live scenes from this inaugural luncheon. You see everyone, Democrats, Republicans alike, and a mix of other folks as well, making small talk, awaiting the arrival of the president. At this moment, what do you expect to happen next? And tell us about sort of these big moments in American history. As we've been pointing out, these are the tenets of our democracy. These are the institutions that still stand, the traditions we still abide by.
They are the institutions that stand. And just seeing a room full of something that just doesn't happen in Washington very much anymore, Republicans and Democrats dining together, sharing a meal, sharing conversation. That didn't used to be so unusual, but it is today, sadly. And to me, it brings to mind what you all have been discussing. To the extent the incoming president and the people who support him are unhappy with the way policies have been carried out, and to David's point about these underlying issues that are with us, that go back a long time, our isolation as Americans, the inequality in our system, education, to the extent it's failed. Why can't the two parties work together? Why does it have to be my way or the highway? Why does it have to be, okay, now it's my turn, we're going to do it my way, and then when it's your turn, we're going to do it entirely your way. It's a zero-sum game. It's been that way in Washington for a number of years, and I think Americans are right to look at this city where they hear so much fighting so much of the time and ask, why can't we work together and hammer these things out in a way that both sides end up not getting everything they want, but you end up accomplishing something.
Amy Walter, Judy's right. That's what the American people say they want. And sometimes they don't vote that way.
Well,
why not?
I think the biggest challenge we have isn't that folks can't get together to solve problems. It's that we disagree about the top problems. So when Democrats come into office, what are the top problems that they see out there? They say It's the environment, climate change, it's racial reckoning. When Republicans come in, as we've seen this with this inauguration, it's immigration, it's the border, it's taxes. And so when one side comes in saying, well, this is the number one issue, the other side it says, well, how could you possibly say that? You don't understand America. Nobody I talk to thinks that that's critically important. And so on the issues where there is agreement, I mean, where everyone agrees this is a top priority, you can see bipartisanship. But if I think this is the top issue in the country and you think it's the 70th most important issue, just the fact that I'm raising it is a problem. The other thing I wanted to talk about there was getting back to on this side of the table talking about Donald Trump and his success at putting this coalition together. And David alluded to this earlier too about what kind of legacy is he going to leave for the Republican Party. What Donald Trump can do is something that no other politician is going to be able to do that follows him, whether that's JD Vance or anyone else. He has a unique capacity to do both of these things, to be the showman, to be the guy who's an insider but an outsider. And whether his coalition is built on his personality or whether it is truly about this realigning moment where the Republican Party now becomes more associated with and aligned with a multiracial, multi-ethnic, populist working class that David was alluding to, about those who feel as if the elites have left them behind, that Democrats now are more associated with the elites, with the establishment, with the traditional. Is that going to continue in a post-Trump era? And a lot of that will be determined by the actions that he takes and how Democrats choose to respond to that. They built an entire campaign off of being against Donald Trump. Now they've got to figure out who they want to be for and what they want to be for.
Kevin Madden, you're nodding in agreement, and I see you get that look in your eyes if you have something thoughtful to say.
Well, I just, I agree with Amy. Amy's exactly right. What I would add to what Amy's saying is that it's not just about Trump. Bipartisanship is not going to be achieved unless Democrats come to the table as well. And like Democrats right now have a problem. They've lost their coalition. It's in tatters, and they want to get it back. And I think one of the ways they think they can get it back is by attacking Trump. So, if we are going to see bipartisanship, it's difficult for me to see how we don't sort of very quickly go back into a lot of the partisan sort of corners that we have in the country. I also think one of the things, and Amy can speak to this as analyzing campaigns, there's a structural deficiency around bipartisanship in the big middle in America. There are billions of dollars being raised and spent by organizations on the outside that are designed to attack the other party. And the big middle of the American electorate doesn't necessarily have that infrastructure, that funding, and that level of support. So that's one of the challenges that the system is going to continue to have to confront in the next 4 years.
We're keeping our eye on the Statuary Hall there as members of the Joint Inaugural Committee and House and Senate leadership, and I would imagine the Trumps and Vances make their way in. Tiffany, the other thing that makes Donald Trump so unique, Stephanie Sy spoke to this from Capital One Arena. She said that his supporters look to him to set the agenda. So if he says he wants to reclaim the Panama Canal, he says he wants to plant a flag on Mars, people say, sure, fine with me. Joe Biden didn't have that sense of support, that level of support when he was trying to enact his infrastructure plan, for instance. The progressive wing of the party had very defined views on that, and they fought him. Donald Trump doesn't have that sense of resistance within the party.
No, right. And I think it's because, his supporters trust him. When he was previously president in 2017 on, he delivered results. The economy was the best that it's ever been. Like, small businesses were thriving. We had safety and security. We had the most substantive peace in the Middle East that I've ever seen in my adult life. And now he's having to stand up and get hostages back for us. So I think they trust him. So when he says something about national security, or he says, these big, great, grand ideas, it makes sense to them. They said, okay, you'll be able to deliver on that. So there's a trust factor, I think, that is built in. And I think this is a real opportunity. I've heard that word over and over today, that this is an opportunity for America. I think where Donald Trump will be able to bring people together is through immigration reform. I would love to see permanent immigration reform. I think that's something that both parties can come together on and stop using it as political talking points to win elections.
We're keeping an eye here on the live picture from this luncheon. The Vances have now made their way into the room. We expect President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, to as well. David, pick up on where Tiffany left off here, that there's an opportunity here for some kind of reform. It's also worth pointing out there was bipartisan effort on the border in the previous administration, and that was a deal negotiated by Republican senators with Democratic senators and was blocked under pressure by then candidate Trump. David, do you see a congressional path forward on immigration reform?
Comprehensive? I sort of doubt it, but that's because I've been alive for the last 25 years, and it hasn't happened. A lot of it, I don't know if we want to cut away for Mr. Trump, but I'll keep talking until you stop me. In that room are the people who are going to either support Donald Trump and help him or serve as guardrails when he goes astray. So President Trump talked about how the American establishment has betrayed you. I'm looking at a table in that room where you have John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, sitting next to Jeff Bezos, who's a guy who delivers books to my front door, and across the table is Marco Rubio. Like that's the establishment right now. And if Trump does something like say we need to shoot protesters in the legs, which he has in the past, some of the people in that room are going to say, no, Mr. President, we're not going to do that. And will there be a structure around him to keep things constitutional? That's what that room is about.
Are those people around him?
We'll see. I think so.
Kevin, what do you think?
Well, I think there'll be a number of tests of whether or not those folks are going to feel emboldened and are going to feel like they've got enough of the capital to really confront the president. From everything from immigration to the massive tax bill that's going to be making its way through Congress next year, through just the execution of the office as it relates to what he wants to do on immigration. So much of that is going to be a test over the next year with those.
Let's listen in now to Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
And while the president and lawmakers enjoy their lunch, we're going to take a short break ourselves.
We'll be back with more reporting and analysis of today's events, including the upcoming but indoor inaugural parade. In the meantime, we're going to rebroadcast the main events from earlier today. That's the oath of office, followed by the inaugural address.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
As newly sworn in, now President Trump speaking to the American people for the first time as the 47th President of the United States, promising what he called a golden age of America beginning today, and repeating many of the messages he often says in his rally speeches and campaign remarks along the way over the last couple of years. Also noting this is, for himself, a remarkable political comeback and promising a new age for America ahead. We're waiting now for, I believe, Carrie Underwood to make her way to the podium to perform
America the Beautiful.
We're standing by to await the music. I believe Carrie Underwood will perform America the Beautiful in just a moment. Until then, Judy, I apologize if we need to cut you off, but your reaction to what we just heard from President Trump.
Well, it was, as you said, Amna, it was a reprise of much of what we heard during his campaign, and frankly, a reprise in many respects of what he said 8 years ago when he talked about, he didn't use the term carnage, which he did, but he did describe a dark time in America where American citizens have been failed by their government, where the borders have been overrun, crime, pretty much the darkest picture you can imagine. But he said all that is going to change. It's going to be drill, baby, drill. The golden age has begun.
You know the words, help me out here.
That's how I would sum it up.
Let's listen in now.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Carrie Underwood. And welcome back to PBS News Live special coverage of President Trump's inauguration.
The inaugural luncheon is still going on. The next events that we expect are the first honors ceremony and the inaugural parade. While we wait for those, we're going to turn back here to our panel who've been watching the day's events unfold with all of us. Judy Woodruff, reflect back on what we've seen so far. I know we've described him oftentimes as an unconventional president, but this is a man who's coming back into office for a non-consecutive term, has addressed the American people now twice in the inaugural address and then off-the-cuff remarks at Emancipation Hall. We expect he may speak again in the arena before a huge crowd of supporters.
So we may hear from him 3 times today. We fully expect he's going to want to speak to that crowd, a large, thousands of people have been waiting, which makes this a different kind of inaugural day. I don't remember another inauguration, and I've covered them since Jimmy Carter, where the president had this kind of opportunity that he's had. So we're hearing, we are familiar with Donald Trump. He came on the scene in 2015. We're now 10 years into our familiarity, if you will. So there aren't so many surprises. There was a lot of conversation going into today's address about whether, because he had said in an interview that he was going to speak about unity.
That's right.
In the address today. I did count one time during today's address when he talked about the country is going to be united or unified. But other than that, it was an address, as we've been discussing, about the difficulties the country's had, how hard it's been on the American people, and how we're now going to come out of that and turn the corner. Golden age.
And Tiffany Smiley, this has been intentional. Donald Trump being omnipresent across the course of the day's events, and also really with this forceful display of executive actions.
Yes, I mean, this is Donald Trump in action. Here we go. It's an exciting time to be an American, given everything, that we've seen over the last 4 years, the hardships that Americans have faced, from the crime to the drugs to, global unrest in our country, around the world. So it's time to get it back on track. And Donald Trump has been clear. He's on his whole campaign. He made it clear that day one, he's going to get to work. You can also, tell that he's ready to get to work by his nominees that he has. He's ready to go. He's ready to hit the ground running, and he's been very clear he's going to start today.
And Amy Walter, Donald Trump says that he has a mandate. What does the polling show? What are the American people expecting, and what are they prepared for?
What's really interesting is we now can compare what people were expecting 4 years ago. We can't usually do that with the first-term president, to what they're expecting this time around. And as Judy said, they've seen this movie before, but their expectations for him, at least on what he will be able to do well or what they expect him to be able to focus on and do well and accomplish, are very similar to how they thought about him 4 years ago. The economy, immigration, things that are different from 4 years ago. Fewer people expect that he would get the country into a war. Obviously, this is a president who has talked a lot about pulling America back from getting engaged overseas. Also talked a lot about the fact that when he was president, the country was not engaged in wars. So that expectation is there. They have very little expectation, much as they did when he was first inaugurated in 2017, that he's going to unify the country. And I think that's what Trump also sees as his mandate, which is, I'm here to bring prosperity to America. And America is only prosperous when I am here, right? It was the best economy in the history of ever times when I was president. When I'm not here, things are terrible. So that's a part of it. But to your take on the mandate, there are things that they do expect. They do expect prices to go down. They do expect the economy to get better. They do expect to see deportations. But they also do not see that he was given a mandate by the degree to which I think he and some others expect. The reality, and this will be fascinating going forward, is he's a lame duck president who is going to act like somebody who has a very short amount of time to get done what he needs to get done. What happens to his party afterwards, I think, is less important to him than whether or not he is able to do the things that he set out to do.
Kevin, it's worth pointing out, people expect that. His supporters expect these things from him because he has set those expectations,
Yes.
right? He came in off the campaign trail and said, I'm going to do this on day one. People are expecting to see mass deportations. They're expecting to see him impose tariffs very quickly.
Yeah.
We've just seen the Panamanian president issue a statement in response to the inaugural address, rejecting part of it immediately after because of his claims in the inaugural address that he's going to claim back the Panama Canal. What happens if he doesn't meet those expectations right away, if deportations are not at the level people expect?
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to get caught up in the pomp and circumstance and the pageantry of today, and the promise of a presidency. But we're going to very quickly see this move into the brutal reality of the real politics that we have and the divisions that we have in the country. Donald Trump does feel like he has a mandate, but political mandates are in reality very elusive. Public opinion is never an event, it's always a process. And the process of really maintaining his political capital, maintaining the momentum that he needs to get these big things done is going to be quite difficult. We are, the mandate that he thinks he got is largely because of his approach to focusing on things like inflation, immigration, border security. It is not easy to bring down inflation. It is not easy to deport millions of people around the country while at the same time not disrupting our economy. We're going to find that out very quickly, and we'll find out whether or not, David mentioned it earlier before, like whether the people around him can sort of keep him on the guardrails and really shepherd him through what is going to be, I think, a very challenging first year over his next 4 years.
And David, building on this theme of Donald Trump's mandate, you could argue that his popular vote victory was fairly narrow, but his cultural victory is significant, especially if you look at what many companies are doing in terms of rolling back diversity and DEI initiatives in keeping with what Republicans and Donald Trump have talked about all during the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, at first, I don't know what a mandate is. I've never touched one. I don't know what it is. But, I think first there's a political shift in this country. The country is moving to the right. And usually these things happen in 7 or 8 year cycles. We moved sharply to the left from 2013 to 2020, say, 2022. But now on a whole range of issues, we're moving to the right. He has a special power because he's Donald Trump. It doesn't matter, like he only won a bare majority or a bare plurality of the vote. But what we're seeing today, 3 speeches, his ability to command attention.
Yep.
That is something Joe Biden never really had. And so when Donald Trump says to a Republican House member or a senator, don't cross me, it's not because he's going to give him money. It's because he's going to shift attention on that guy. And that's power. So it's usual when somebody's hitting the end of their presidency, their power starts waning. Like Teddy Roosevelt, his first full term, his second term as president, he said, I'm not running again. And he regretted that because he lost power. But I don't think Donald Trump's going to experience that because he will retain the power of commanding the country's attention and the country's scorn for people who are not loyal to him.
Jonathan, in his departure address there, the brief remarks that former President Biden delivered in the hangar before boarding the plane to take off to California, we cut into it briefly, and he basically alluded to the fact that having heard the inaugural address there, he said, we got work to do, speaking to Democrats and his supporters there. What is that work? Where do Democrats find themselves now, especially given what David just said about Mr. Trump's ability, President Trump's ability to really suck up all the oxygen in the conversation and command the attention? How do Democrats respond to that?
Well, first, President Biden had been warning, even in his farewell address, that there was work to do, that there were things that he was concerned about. And so what he said in the hangar is a repeat of that. But in terms of President Trump commanding attention and commanding the room and commanding fealty, let's not forget the reason why he's able to do that with members of Congress is because that command, that power is based in fear. They are afraid of a primary challenge. They're also afraid of the president's MAGA followers. Just look at Senator Joni Ernst. When Pete Hegseth was, picked to be the defense secretary, she was one of the first people out there expressing concerns about him, raising questions. But then the MAGA mob was set upon her, and now she has shifted. Now she is saying that she will support the nomination. That's how Trump is able to command the room. That is how he is able to hold the power. And it remains to be seen whether, and I think we talked about this earlier, whether that power rests solely with President Biden, or is it a power that goes beyond him?
For more on how the Democrats move forward in this moment, we're joined by Democratic Congressman Roy Khanna of California. Congressman, thanks for being with us. Let's just start off with your reaction. I believe Roy Khanna is with us. Let's see if we can bring him in before we reintroduce our other guests. There, Congressman, we see you now. Thanks for being with us. Let's just begin with your reaction to what we've heard from President Trump so far and reflect on Democrats' strategy in this moment.
Well, Donald Trump gave a very dark speech about people being upset, America being a nation in decline. And for a lot of Americans, they do feel angry and left out. The reality is, though, Donald Trump is offering 19th and 20th century solutions. He's talking about manifest destiny of imperial expansion. He's talking about drilling oil and gas. And I think China is probably laughing at that, saying, where is the vision for the 21st century future building of America? What are the solutions in the future? And that's where the Democrats have an opportunity to say, yes, we understand there has been stagnation and decline, but Trump wants to sell American nostalgia. That's not going to win the 21st century.
And Congressman Khanna, before we talk about more of the issues, I want to ask you, because you represent the Bay Area, which is the backyard of Silicon Valley. When you see the heads of Meta, Apple, Google, Amazon, Elon Musk, of course, having really front row seats to this inauguration, in many ways trying to get in and stay in Donald Trump's good graces, how does that strike you?
Well, Musk is a separate case because he was all in on the campaign. But for many of the others, Tim Cook, Sundar Pichai, they did the first thing when Trump won the first time Tim Cook was in the Oval Office. I think the reality is they're looking out for their own business interests, in Bill Gates' case for his own philanthropic interests. And they do this whoever's in power. And so the moral leadership is going to have to come from the grassroots of the country, from the Democratic Party. I don't think we can be looking to business leaders to be doing anything other than maximizing their own shareholder profits.
That level of influence these leaders seem to now have, though, with this incoming president. I mean, they were sitting in front of his cabinet nominees at that inauguration ceremony. What does that say to you? Does it worry you? And is this what President Biden was talking about in his farewell address when he warned about this rising tech oligarchy?
Well, it does concern me in terms of the level of wealthy individuals, both who are in the cabinet, who have supported the inauguration. I mean, the irony of it is because of the cold, the hardworking, working class Americans who elected Donald Trump weren't able to watch the inauguration. But these billionaires and multimillionaires who supported his inauguration were. But I think over time, the American people are very smart, and they're going to see that his policies are going to be tax breaks for these very wealthy folks. They're going to be tax breaks for corporations that are offshoring jobs, because he wants the corporate tax rate lower in places like Mexico than the United States. That his policies of sort of manifest destiny aren't going to do anything to build new factories and new industries in communities that have been hollowed out. And ultimately, he's selling Americans nostalgia. And I understand why people are upset. They see a stagnant country. We have to sell them the future, that we really have a way of building and transforming this country.
On the issue of immigration, this is an issue on which Democrats and Republicans agree. Our current immigration system is broken. Democrats worked with Republicans in the last administration on that Lankford bill before Donald Trump effectively sought to unwind it. To what degree will Democrats work with Republicans in the second Trump administration on getting some meaningful action on immigration?
Let me just point out one irony of the inauguration. A lot of the folks on that stage were immigrants who built the tech companies and built the industries in the United States. So for Donald Trump to do a broadside against immigration without acknowledging that, I think was missing an important truth. Of course, the Democrats will work on a fair immigration process that secures the border, that says people must enter this country legally, that says if you're a convicted violent felon, you should be deported. But the idea what the Lake and Riley Act did was saying that if someone just arrests you or if a sheriff has a suspicion of you, that without due process we're going to kick you out is so un-American. I mean, we even gave the Nazis trials. We believe in the due process of the law.
Outside of immigration, Congressman, where else do you think Democrats have room to move forward and work with this incoming administration?
I think we have to hold Donald Trump accountable to what he said on the campaign. If he wants to help working class Americans, then is he willing to raise the minimum wage? That's something that 70% of Americans believe, that Americans deserve a raise. Is he willing to cap the interest rates that people are paying on their credit cards? Because he had said that he was willing to do that. Is he willing to actually invest in steel and aluminum and making manufacturing in the United States? Or is it just all rhetoric? And so we will work on issues that actually help the working and middle class.
Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, thanks again for being with us.
Thank you.
And for more on this new administration's policies and their implications, we're joined now by David Wessel of the Brookings Institution and Mark Hugo Lopez of the Pew Research Center. Mr. Wessel, we'll start with you first. On this matter of tariffs, most economists believe that President Trump's tariff plan will add to the inflationary pressure in this country. They seem to disagree on how much. How do you see it?
Well, I think it's really interesting today that when President Trump gave this long list of things he's going to do on day one, that although he mentioned a review of tariffs, he didn't actually say that he was going to impose them, unlike what he's doing on immigration. So I think we'll see. Predicting what Donald Trump is going to do next is a foolish game. I'm sure he will do some tariffs, but the real question is, what will he do? How strategic will he be? And is this a negotiating tactic, or is it really some way of really punishing imports? And we don't really know yet. It is right, as you say, that tariffs will contribute to pushing prices up, which is at odds with the promise he made just in his inaugural speech. And some of the things he says that might bring prices down, deregulation or some kind of tax cuts, are not things that'll happen right away.
David, as you mentioned, of course, the tariffs, and I've heard this, we had the Canadian ambassador on the show who indicated she believes some of those tariff threats are just a starting point for negotiations. That's how her government is seeing it. But there are things that President Trump can do alone as president with executive action. There are things that he needs Congress to be able to do, like some of the tax provisions we know he wants to push through. Walk us through what we could see in terms of what he can and cannot do alone.
The President of the United States has extraordinary authority to impose tariffs without congressional consent. The history of this, in short, is that once upon a time, Congress did tariffs. The Constitution gives Congress that authority, that responsibility. But members of Congress thought they were putting on too many tariffs because each member of Congress would protect his or her own constituency. So they gave the power to the president on the theory that the president had the national interest at stake. And over the last several presidencies, the president has tended to be more free trade than members of Congress. But that's all gone. So Trump has the authority, and I expect he will use it. It's a question of how targeted. As someone mentioned earlier, he didn't talk a lot about China today, and that's something where Democrats and Republicans on the Hill agree. There is a threat from China, and I expect he will impose tariffs on China relatively soon. The Canada-Mexico stuff seems to me more of a bargaining chip, and I think that it may be that the Canadians and the Mexicans can give him something. He's a very transactional guy that will allow him to say, oh, see, I threatened tariffs, they acquiesced, and now everything's wonderful again.
Well, I was going to ask you that because the North American economies are so interconnected. And the tariffs, I guess, could make sense in the context of Donald Trump's view that other countries are always getting over on the U.S. Absent that, are tariffs anything more than a solution in search of a problem? I mean, do they make sense in the context of our current economic picture?
Well, the short answer is no. After all, we have a trade agreement with Canada and Mexico that President Trump, in his first term, renegotiated and praised as the world's best trade agreement, and now he's in the process of blowing it up. There are cases for tariffs. If we want to build a more resilient supply chain, if we want to rely less on China, there is a case for targeted tariffs. The Biden administration kept many of the first Trump administration's tariffs. But as an overall economic tool, it is, as David Brooks said earlier, I feel like he's taken us back to the 19th century, but he doesn't know his history very well. We don't need to go back to that boom-bust craziness of the late 19th century, but he talks about it as if that was the golden age. So you're absolutely right. We have a globalized economy. We are now at risk of shooting ourselves in the foot by putting tariffs on things, particularly on things that American manufacturers need to make stuff in the United States.
Mark Hugo Lopez, let's bring you in here now on the issue of immigration, which is the other issue, of course, that President Trump has promised to move very quickly on. This promise of mass deportations on day one. We've heard a lot about it. There's been a lot of reporting about where those might unfold. Where do the American people stand on watching these kinds of scenes unfold and supporting this policy?
It's interesting because we found in an August survey that about 54% of U.S. adults told us that they supported mass deportations. But at the same time, we also found that U.S. adults have mixed views or nuanced views about deportations, who should be deported. You'll find that, for example, about 3/4 of U.S. adults feel that undocumented immigrants in the country who are here, perhaps working, perhaps established families, perhaps should be allowed to stay, or some sort of path to legally being able to stay should be part of the policy. But we also find that when you take a look at how the U.S. adult population feels immigrants should, particularly undocumented immigrants, should be allowed to stay, one of the most important things they point to is having some sort of a background check, and they also point to the importance of having a job. So these nuanced views about mass deportations, I think, reflect the different feelings that Americans have about undocumented immigrants, and that it isn't such a clean-cut story.
We were talking earlier with Congressman Ro Khanna about whether or how Democrats would work with this Republican administration on immigration. What does the polling show? Are there areas where the Democratic base gives Democratic lawmakers the political leeway to work with the Trump administration on this issue?
Yeah, one place is when it comes to border security. Democrats and Republicans alike think the U.S. border with Mexico could be more secure or should be more secure. So that's one place where you might see some room for working together. There are other potential places as well, such as, for example, legal immigration. Many U.S. adults tell us that they want to see legal immigration either stay the same or increase, and to prioritize particularly high-skilled immigration. So there are some potential places where you might see Democrats and Republicans work together on some immigration policy issues.
We've also seen some dramatic trends at the U.S. southern border over the last several years, in part because of global migration patterns, in part because of the COVID pandemic. And then, of course, in the last 6 or 7 months, we've seen a dramatic decline in terms of encounters at the U.S. southern border because of executive action that President Biden took after congressional action failed to cross the finish line. In terms of where the American people are and how they view immigration, one of the things we look back on this last election and see is that there has been a bit of a rightward shift when it comes to some views. But do you see that in immigration as well?
You do see many Americans more likely to say, for example, that there needs to be more and better border security. Half of U.S. adults have told us that they are concerned about how many people are entering the country illegally, and that they're concerned about whether or not the U.S. government even has control over illegal immigration into the United States. So those are just some examples about where you see concern about the border. But it's also interesting to note that the country is one in which immigrants are a big part of what it means to be American. Over 45 million people in the United States are immigrants themselves, and we find that about 70% or more of U.S. adults say they know somebody personally in their lives who's an immigrant. So in many ways, what happens with immigration and immigration policy is likely to reverberate across the country, as many people know somebody personally who's an immigrant.
Mark Hugo Lopez and David Wessler, thanks to you both. Let's listen in as Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries delivers remarks at this luncheon.
Usha and family, May God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lenox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lenox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. JD Vance. JD, you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha, is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story, what an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today. And to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. JD Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. You're here.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness. that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
You're watching live picture of the inaugural luncheon that's now come to an end. As you see, one of the inaugural committee chairs, Senator Amy Klobuchar, speaking with President Trump and Vice President Vance. Additional ceremonies are going to unfold as part of the inaugural ceremonies and celebration at the Capitol. Then Mr. Trump, of course, will make his way to Capital One Arena, where the inaugural parade is expected to unfold. In the meantime, we'd like to bring in Matthew Continetti of the American Enterprise Institute, who joins us now to talk about President Trump and the Republican Party at this moment. Matt, thanks so much for being with us. One of the reasons I was looking forward to speaking with you today is I know you've taken a very long lens when it comes to how the Republican Party has arrived at this moment and this leader. And I just want you to reflect on what we heard from President Trump in his inaugural address, the policies, the priorities of this president, and what it says about where Republicans are right now.
Sure, thanks for having me. You know, I think there are a lot of similarities between Donald Trump's second inaugural address and his first inaugural address 8 years ago. But the similarities end there with the text of the speech. The world is a very different place. America is a very different place. And I think the Republican Party is a very different party. When you look at the images of President Trump and now Vice President Vance, you look at House Speaker Mike Johnson or the new Senate leader John Thune, you're seeing a Republican Party that really Donald Trump built over the past 8 years. And I think this may be actually a difference maker between his first administration and his second. In the first administration, Trump was an outsider. He had to claw his way through that primary race in 2016. He was as surprised as anybody when he won the Electoral College in November 2016, making him president. And he still had to fight with the elements of the GOP who predated him, who predated the global financial crisis of 2008, who didn't share his type of nationalist populism. That's no longer the case now, and I think it means that it will be easier for Donald Trump to command the Republican Party, push it in the direction where he wants it to go for these next 4 years.
And taking your point that he's better positioned to articulate and enact his agenda, the challenge there is that now the expectation is that he'll deliver. How do you see it?
Well, I think as far as Trump supporters and Republicans go, President Trump has a pretty good record at delivering what he promises. You know, I was struck by the second inaugural address, how specific it was. Presidential inaugural addresses tend to be very abstract, conceptual, try to kind of strike a chord in American history, summon to the moment. But this one was a declaration of what he was going to do. It was an announcement of policy. It was also a much more personal address in a lot of ways because he talked about what he had been through over the last 4 years since leaving office, really at a low point in January 2021. You know, it might sound like typical kind of Trump solipsism, thinking about himself, but I think for most Trump supporters, they identify with him in a way that many people in Washington don't really recognize. So I actually think many of his supporters are confident that he'll be able to deliver the results. And having the trifecta here of both the House of Representatives, the Senate, the White House, a Supreme Court where he put several of the justices in their seats and possibly more in a second term, I think that speaks that he'll be able to show that his policies are concrete and more beneficial in a way that his predecessor was unable to do so.
Matt, in terms of the priorities he'd like to see through that he needs congressional support for, how do you view his relationship with House Speaker Mike Johnson, with the Senate Majority Leader John Thune? Is there any incentive, you think, for any Republican lawmaker to oppose or to say no to Mr. Trump, to President Trump in this moment?
At this point, and in this Republican Party, there's almost zero incentive to go against Donald Trump. You know, it was Amy Walter who I think pointed out recently that presidents typically get what they want in their first year when they have a trifecta, and most recent presidents have come in with a trifecta, with control of the elected branches. And so I expect that to be the case right now. There will be some figures, primarily in the Senate, who have independent political identities, or who, like former leader Mitch McConnell, really has a worldview that is at odds with Donald Trump's worldview. They might be expected to oppose Trump to some degree in certain ways. But by and large, I think right now, especially after having gone through the opening round of confirmation hearings last week, I think most of the Trump cabinet's well suited to take office. And I think that, but paradoxically, the very narrow House majority actually may help spur Republican unity in the way that we saw with the re-election of Mike Johnson a few weeks ago.
We are seeing lots of smiles and handshakes, a couple of photos as President Trump leaves Statuary Hall. Matthew, you were talking about how Donald Trump ended his presidency at a low point. I think back then, it would have been easy if Donald Trump had exited public life viewed by many as a pariah, but he is really a singular figure and singular force in our politics in terms of his resilience. I mean, how do you explain it? 2 impeachments, we were saying this earlier, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts, 4 criminal trials, a conviction, January 6th, and all that entailed, and yet he's reelected president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a remarkable political comeback. We are living in the age of Trump. It began in 2015 when he rode down that escalator to much mockery, but it isn't over yet. How did he come back? Well, I think a lot of people will be analyzing this question for many, many years to come. I think he benefited from the opposition. I think he benefited from the Biden administration's mistakes. I think he benefited from Joe Biden's mistake, in my view, of wanting to run for a second term, of thinking that he could make it through a general election in 2024. But I also think that Donald Trump benefited from some of the lawfare that was conducted against him. Some of the investigations, I think, raised many people's concerns that there was a 2-tiered system of justice in the country. And finally, though, I think what really has contributed to Donald Trump's political longevity is his connection with his supporters. You know, I think that you can argue that Trump's turnaround, really the low point certainly was in January 2021, but it also came after the midterm elections in November 2022, when Trump's candidates really did not perform very well and the Republican Party was disappointed in those results. Trump followed that up by visiting East Palestine, Ohio, after the train derailment there, part of rural Ohio. He did so at the urging of now Vice President JD Vance, and I think that was his way of demonstrating solidarity with working class Americans. And he kind of broadened that coalition beyond just rural working class Americans to include working class Americans of color during his visit to the bodega in Manhattan and also his rally in the Bronx. I think that connection, which very few political leaders have, Trump has been able to assert and maintain, and it's put him in this remarkable position of being in a place where no one thought he would be twice.
Yeah, to your point, I was there in East Palestine when President Trump, at the time he wasn't president, but he showed up and he went to a McDonald's and spoke to people there. And the broad view of the folks in East Palestine was that the Biden administration was slow in responding, and yet Donald Trump showed up at the local McDonald's and was talking to folks. Matthew Continetti of the American Enterprise Institute, thanks so much for sharing your insights with us. Let's bring it back to the panel. David Brooks, I want you to weigh in on what you heard there from Matthew.
Everything Matthew said is correct. I'm thinking these days about the thing that has been downplayed so far, which is foreign policy. And so Mark Rudd, who's the Secretary General of NATO, said that we're in the most dangerous security environment since World War II. Corey Sheik, who's a prominent foreign policy expert at the American Enterprise Institute, said we're not at World War III yet, but World War is coming. H.R. McMaster, the former national security advisor, says that he believes that China is trying to establish first strike nuclear capability against the United States. So these are all just tremendously sobering. And part of it, and I think the part that Trump can really solve, is it's a production problem. Partly it's a production problem. Russia is able to make more missiles in the United States of the relevant kind in Ukraine kind of war than the United States and Europe combined. Chinese shipbuilding capability is 230 times bigger than American shipbuilding capability. We run these war games against China, and we run out of ammunition, the relevant ammunition, in 3 to 7 days. And so we just need to massively increase our manufacturing base as a national security issue. So that's something that has to be achieved. And then you get Iran, or Israel has delivered a great victory against Iran and its militias, but they may respond by going nuclear. And so this is just danger, danger, danger everywhere. And how does Trump think about any of this stuff? He thinks we're going to withdraw from wars. That's probably not going to be possible, or our projection of power, at least, abroad. And so that is just this big, empty thing out there that I don't think was filled in today at all. The one part that was filled in was that, and this is international, I'm looking at the people who attended or were expected to attend. Javier Milei, the Argentina president, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Nigel Farage, whose Reform Party in the UK is now in second place above the Tories and barely behind the Labour Party. And so what you see is that this is not just a US phenomenon, this is a global populist movement that he is a part of. And somehow this populist movement will probably start wielding a common foreign policy of the sort we haven't seen before. And so this is, I'm not saying I have answers, I don't know what's going to happen. I just know this is a gigantic thing that is not being addressed. And somebody, I think Amy mentioned earlier, George W. Bush, when he took his inaugural address in 2001, he had no idea what was about to hit him. And I have a feeling we're in that boat.
I mean, I kind of disagree. I think Trump understands the moment that he's in very clearly, and you see it in his negotiating tactics. You see it in his leadership and him stepping in. I mean, it's almost as if he has been president for the last few months, showing the world leaders that, hey, we're strong, we're going to rebuild. And he understands also to have leverage around the globe and to protect the American people, we have to have a strong economic force. We have to build up our economy to leverage against China, to show our strength, to have leverage in the Panama Canal. He understands the implications that are facing us in the global challenge that we have today. And he's shown that he's ready to lead and take it, lead from the front.
Kevin, how do you see that foreign policy front being filled in? To David's point, we didn't hear a lot today. The America First language is the overarching umbrella for all of this, right? But to the degree that needs to be filled in terms of details. You look at the ceasefire agreement, for example, that was done very much in coordination with the Biden administration and the incoming Trump team and his envoy to the area. It's difficult to see how that kind of involvement would come from a Trump administration. Correct me if I'm wrong. I wouldn't see them wanting to interact in the same way. What do you think?
Look, I think to your broader point, the good intentions that everybody has right now will often become overrun by events. And that's one of the things that's always difficult with a new presidency is you have a lot of promise, a lot of high expectations, but events may overcome us. I think one of the things that's different now is that President Trump has actually a very good relationship with and a very loyal cabinet that is operating at his direction. And I think he also has a very clear contrast with the foreign policy of the last 4 years with the foreign policy that he wants to promote over the next 4 years. There has been, people are very unhappy with, particularly the Trump supporters, are very unhappy with the direction that we were taking under Biden, feeling that we were constantly sort of offering a weaker posture instead of, or in the stead of, and under the auspices of working with, trying to find some sort of common ground with our allies, but of a sort of America First, strong posture, and making sure that the Pentagon and that the establishment at the State Department is working at the direction of Trump. I think many people will feel that will be a welcome change from the last 4 years.
I just want to make a comment about what Matthew was talking about in terms of the idea of how did Trump get here? Yeah. How did he make this comeback? And I think the thing we also have to appreciate is the media consumption environment. It's been changing for a long time, but the difference even between 2017 and now is remarkable. And this is only going to become more of an issue as we go forward with its media, especially big traditional media, splintering, trying to find its way. Smaller, what we would consider smaller outlets are now basically driving most of the messages or political news that people are getting. TikTok is supposed to be gone. We'll see what happens there, but something will come in its place.
Yeah.
And already, whether it is podcasts or social media or YouTube, I think the big thing that Trump understood and continues to understand better than almost anybody is that is the way to reach people. He's not ignoring traditional media because he still likes it, but that is where being in control of a message becomes harder and harder.
We are preparing to see the ceremonial review of the troops in Emancipation Hall. We expect President Trump and the First Lady and the Vances to join them there momentarily. Jonathan Capehart, when we talk about President Trump's worldview, it's often hard to ascribe a strict worldview to him because just when you think he's an isolationist, he talks about obtaining Greenland or trying to reclaim the Panama Canal. It's hard to box him in.
Right, it is hard to box him in. And let's not forget, by saying he wants to take Greenland, he's going up against a NATO ally. He's going up against Denmark. So, look, again, as I've been saying all morning, he can say a lot of things, but until he puts action behind the words, that's the only time I'll be able to really understand what he wants to do. We've been watching all morning the announcements of executive orders, the shutting down of CPB-1. That's a concrete action. He is following through on his plans, if not mass deportation today, but doing something on immigration. When it comes to foreign policy, you raised that what you were talking about before, David, on Friday. Those are huge holes. I have no idea where President Trump wants to go, and I most definitely don't know where Pete Hegseth, how he is going to implement the president's vision, assuming he gets confirmed, which I assume he will, but he, like many of his fellow cabinet nominees, has no experience running huge organizations, and the Pentagon is the biggest in the federal government.
Let's bring our Lisa Desjardins back into our conversation. Lisa?
Hi. A couple of things. Now we're getting close to the time that the Trump administration will actually begin operating. In the next hour, we expect 2 committee votes on 2 of the cabinet nominees from the Trump administration, Marco Rubio for Secretary of State, and also Pete Hegseth, who you just mentioned, for Defense Department. The Rubio nomination could be voted on in the Senate tonight. Now, Democrats have to agree to that, but there is an appetite for that. They know Marco Rubio. Pete Hegseth, on the other hand, we do not expect a vote for him tonight, but our Nick Schifrin has been told that his vote could come this week. I've noticed that the White House has put out now a list of acting designated secretaries for all of the government agencies. They will continue operating as acting until there are confirmations. And as you know, some of those could take weeks. But something else I want to notice, this kind of bears a little bit on what you all have been talking about as we listen to the ceremony behind us. Trump is coming in, as Amy said earlier, as someone who is both able to be an outsider and an insider. But something that, having covered Trump through both of his campaigns and as a president and covering Congress, that I'm feeling in this moment is that the roles have reversed. When Trump was first president in 2017, he was the rookie. He did not have government experience. He was someone that members of the House and Senate Republicans thought they were going to teach him how to do this. We know that didn't really work out that way, but what's flipped now is that Trump is the one with government experience, 4 years in the White House, and he's dealing with leaders here in the Capitol who are new. Speaker Johnson, almost a brand new speaker relatively. Majority leader in the Senate, John Thune, who is really just days into being a leader. And Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House. I don't know if our viewers noticed, but when they had the signing ceremony earlier today, that was the first time those 2 men had met at all. So Trump is coming in not just with his own momentum as a politician and his political, charisma and gravitas and core base, but also with experience in governing that the leaders here in the Capitol, they don't have in their position the same way that he does.
And Lisa, from your sources there, I mean, obviously these are 2 key relationships for President Trump, right, with House Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader. What can you tell us about those relationships, about how these men get along and how they might work together in this administration?
They are such fascinating relationships. Mike Johnson came into being Speaker without much leadership experience himself. He's quickly defined himself as 100% on board the Trump bandwagon. And you often see, in fact, Speaker Johnson sort of next to or behind President Trump in photos. Now, John Thune has a different relationship. He and President Trump were not friends. In fact, they had a broken relationship. John Thune criticized him openly after the Access Hollywood tape. He asked Trump in 2016 to drop out of the presidential campaign. He didn't do that, and he always looked at John Thune with suspicion after that. Thune also criticized him after January 6th. But earlier this year in March, Thune and Trump repaired the relationship, Thune going down to Mar-a-Lago and convincing Trump to stay out of the race for Senate Majority Leader. Now, it's a tricky situation here, but my understanding from sources, both Trump campaign and also Thune, other Republicans in the Senate, was it was clear that Thune had a base of support in the Senate that Trump was not going to overcome. And I think Trump made the assessment that it was worthwhile to repair that relationship from his end. So that's what those two men have done. You've heard Thune gave a toast today, speaking in favor, praising Trump. But the truth is that is a very different relationship historically than the one he has with Speaker Johnson.
Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you. And we should say that what we're watching right now, this is the first honors ceremony. This takes the place of the traditional review of the troops that usually occurs just before a president departs the U.S. Capitol on Inauguration Day, and that would normally happen on the East Front steps. But because everything has been moved indoors, this is not a review of the troops. This is a first honors ceremony. Let's bring in our Laura Barone Lopez, who is on her post over at the